Okay, we're live.
Hello.
Hi, welcome back. How you been?
Yeah, I'm doing good. And how are you?
I'm hanging in there. It's really hot in Texas. It's hot and dry. We need some rain. It's 101 and 101 Fahrenheit in the shade today. Uh, yeah, it's a miserable existence out there in the sun in the middle of the day.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
this is what the desertification of the planet is all about.
Yeah, the desert. Well, yeah, that's the thing is that the heat is not so bad as long as we're getting rain, right? Uh,
hmm
the combination of the heat and no rain leads to desertification. And as we talked about before, desertification is primarily being driven by the monocropping factory farms that produce the items offered on the vegan menu. But in addition to that, we are still coming out of an ice age. So uh, the warming is not the issue, it's the drying that's the main issue. And so the drying is being caused by crop agriculture. The warming is primarily the natural swing of the pendulum out of an ice age. Uh, would it be a disaster if the North and South Pole became tropical paradises? I'm not so sure that would be, you know, necessarily a bad thing, because there's one thing about climate on the earth is that it has never been static. The climate of the earth has never stayed the same. That's the one thing about climate that you can always count on. It's always changing.
hmm Yeah, but the desertification is the thing that makes crop agriculture not sustainable, right? Because it
Well,
is.
yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing that makes it not sustainable. Um, Let me see if I can list the things off the top of my head that make it not sustainable. And we are talking about uh, the current model, uh, but the current model would have to be compared to the model that the vegans would mandate, which would be without any animal inputs. So as it stands, at least we have the option. Farmers have the option to utilize manure, a natural fertilizer for organic produce grown in monocropping. However, if you get rid of animal agriculture, then you can't rely upon human manure, because human feces and urine are so full of prescription drugs that they would never approve that as a fertilizer. So I've actually had vegans approach me with that, but we already have a problem with the our wastewater around the world is polluted with prescription drug residues, and so most of that water, is actually recycled. So as time goes by and they don't correct some of the things that are happening. One of them being runaway pharmaceutical practices, no common sense anymore, never address the root cause of any health issue, just find the latest patented drug that's got the highest profit margin and incentivize the doctors to prescribe that medication, is how it's working right now. So all of that, the Bayer Monsanto model, where the pharmaceutical industry now has control over the food production. As you were saying, what were you saying?
Yeah, on the human manure, I was actually later going to show some stuff on that, actually,
Okay.
because it is not only the case that human manure is contaminated with residues from prescription drugs, but also forever chemicals are entering the sewage water, and also parasites.
Yeah.
So that we cannot use human poop for as fertilizer.
No.
So that goes out the window.
Yeah.
For these reasons. And yeah, I mean, we are already talking about something we want to talk later about,
Right.
how veganism has basically no alternative to monocropping. But we're gonna get into that later. Just sort of let's talk about the schedule for today. We're gonna talk about the carnivores, or the sort of problems with the carnivore diet, and fact check some claims that these carnivore influencers make, especially those who discourage eating organ meats like beef liver, for example. And also, we should talk about veganism, of course, and especially in regards to the fact that they don't have a proper alternative to monocropping, which, in my opinion, is actually one of the fatal flaws of veganism. Is that, I mean, we could talk about many problems that veganism has, but I think what really kills veganism is that it is not that is basically based on a agricultural paradigm that is running out of resources, and it is unsustainable, and that cannot survive into the future, basically. So veganism is a dead end. It's not sustainable, and all these philosophical debates and name the trade, and this moral and ethical debating is meaningless in the face of starvation. It's total intellectual masturbation, because
Well, let's expand. Let me expand on that just a little bit, and because you wanted to talk about the carnivore situation, and we're talking. Remember, it's in nature. Wolves, for instance, would you call a wild wolf, a carnivore?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yeah, I would too, and they do eat seasonally available berries.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's a certain amount of carbohydrates in a wolf's diet naturally.
Yeah.
So when I say carnivore, that could mean something like a wolf, which has a little bit of carbohydrates in the diet, and compare that to, say, a cat, which has very, very little, usually zero, but sometimes some carbohydrates. Cats have some metabolic differences from humans, such as their amino acid based gluconeogenesis is unregulated. It's very rapid. And so dietary protein is very quickly turned into glucose in the cat. For the humans, however, gluconeogenesis is actually very slow. It's very highly regulated. And even in a fat adapted individual compared to a cat, the gluconeogenesis is retarded. And the reason I say that is because on YouTube, there's a predominant segment of people who consider themselves under the carnivore umbrella, but they're putting humans over with the cats, with the kind of carnivore that's zero carbohydrate. And along with that comes a flippant disregard for eating nose to tail, a flippant disregard for like the huge amount of vitamin B12 that's in beef liver, for instance, compared to beef muscle or beef steak. By the way, if you look into what Harry was saying about the homocysteine, that was
You mean Harry Serpanos?
yeah.
Yeah, I actually wanted to get into that later, but let me first also weigh in on the carbohydrate issue. Because, I mean, the main argument that I hear from the carnivores in regards to what our diet should be is that our ancestors have eaten this way for millions of years or thousands of years. So therefore we should be eating like them. It's the species appropriate diet, right? But when you actually look into what our ancestors have eaten, they have eaten some starches, some roots and tubers, some amount of plant material. So how can
Every group that we've studied eats plants and animals, and the range, I don't have the numbers right now, but I think it was somewhere between 55% animal products to 75% animal products. So there's never been a civilization or a group of people or even one individual who has lived their whole life eating nothing but, for instance, beef, where you're just eating one animal and one part of the animal. That's what most of the carnivore community is doing, is they're focusing mostly on beef, and they focus on muscle meat of the beef, and they prefer supermarket grain-fed beef, and they prefer to avoid liver. And they the big influential activists are flippantly disregarding liver. In fact, they're going a step further, and they're making claims like, if you eat beef liver, you're going to get a copper toxicity, which I think you looked into that, and I couldn't find any credible sources on that claim, and I don't think you found any either.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the liver thing, actually, let us look into this at first. Brian, let's make this our first topic. Why not? Because we are both organ meat enthusiasts here. And I think this is very important because the carnivores are saying that we should avoid eating organs or beef liver in particular because of vitamin A toxicity and copper toxicity. Those are the main two things that are mentioned. Let us take a look into that. Okay, wait a second. So here's something on screen. Is it on screen now?
It is.
Okay. Now this is the only case report I could find. Really the only case report I could find on vitamin A toxicity in relation to beef liver consumption. That's the only one I could find. Okay. And the problem with that case is that the patient not only overconsumed beef liver, it was more than 200 grams per week, but it was also the case that this patient took a multivitamin supplement regularly. And I think, if I remember correctly, also ate some other foods that are rich in vitamin A. So in other words, this case is highly confounded, actually. It wasn't the case that he just ate moderate amounts of beef liver and then got vitamin A toxicity.
When you say there were other foods containing vitamin A, are you talking about fortified foods or foods naturally high in vitamin
A? I think some plant foods. Obviously, it's not the same as retinol from animal foods, but he was eating a combination of different kinds of vitamin A related foods and in huge amounts. So
have you found a version of this? Have you found a version of this study, or have you looked for a version of this that has more than just an abstract, so that we might see, for instance, was his vitamin supplement, would it contain a synthetic vitamin A? Because I don't think there's ever been a case of vitamin A toxicity where the subject or subjects weren't consuming an artificial form of vitamin A, and these are not bioidentical. It's really a crime in some of these synthetic vitamins that they even call it the same name as the vitamin that they're supposedly replacing, because some of them are close but no cigar, and you can't play close but no cigar with chemistry. You can have molecules that are very similar and can even fit into receptors, but as we see with cyanocobalamin, it will fit into a B12 receptor site, but it won't work because it's not bioactive in humans.
Yes.
So I would like to know more about this study. I would like to comb through some details and see what exactly were the foods that were being consumed and what was the vitamin A supplement that they were taking. Because if it's a synthetic form of vitamin A, then that might be what tested positive as a hypervitaminosis A. And then the machine is still left with the responsibility of giving us an example of any individual who's ever suffered hypervitaminosis A without taking these synthetic vitamins. there's been no confirmed case of hypervitaminosis A unless the individual was taking some type of supplement. And as we spoke before, for those people that are just joining us, that story about the polar bear liver has all been debunked. That was not even a real science to begin with. It was just a couple of guys who came up with a hypothesis. They never studied the bodies. They never had any kind of, they heard the story of these Antarctic explorers who ended up, they were the story is they were vegetarians. They had their sled dogs, ended up having to eat the sled dogs. And now there's evidence that one of the guys actually starved the other guy to death so he could eat him. So, this is all that is just as credible as any hypervitaminosis A claim that can be made, because no one was there and no one studied the remains in a way that would give them this type of information. They're just guessing. So to this date, this is the previous study was, I guess the best they've got, but like you said, they were consuming 200 grams of beef liver per week. I don't think, my personal opinion is that might be too frequent. It should be probably 100 grams every week or 2 weeks. But of course, the carnivore activists will say, if you can't let yourself eat liver, because as soon as you let yourself eat liver, then you become a liver enthusiast and you start eating liver for every meal. And then that leads to, over consumption of vitamin A and copper toxicity, neither of which of those claims have been shown to be true.
Yeah, I want to also make this point. So there are like millions of people on this planet who have eaten beef liver and who are currently eating beef liver, right? So if there was any merit to this claim that eating beef liver is so dangerous because of vitamin A toxicity and copper toxicity, then where are those case reports? Like the medical literature should be booming with case reports of people getting sick from copper toxicity in relation to consuming beef liver, but I cannot find anything on that. Like where are those case reports? We should have at least hundreds, if not thousands, of case reports, because around the world there are millions of people eating beef liver, and historically people have eaten liver and other organ meats. So where are the cases? I cannot find any.
Well, the problem is that that fringe edge, which has been made quite popular because of MDs who have signed on with the program. They believed everything that they're hearing from these carnivore influencers. And again, there's going to be carnivore influencers out there who will, or there's going to be carnivore followers out there that will think that I'm somehow promoting veganism because I'm being critical of the other side of the coin, which is 0 carbohydrate, 100% grain-fed muscle meat.
Yeah, I mean, this this is a modern artificial diet. This carnivore, muscle meat only, no carbs diet. This is this is not what our ancestors have eaten. If you look into this, the hunter gatherers are and have eaten some amount of carbs, and they have eaten some amount of organ meats, nose to tail. So, and you can also look into more recent tribal societies like the Maasai and the Hadza that are um, living a closer lifestyle to our ancestors, to the hunter gatherer lifestyle, and they eat honey, they eat all sorts of organ meats. They don't eat just uh, muscle meat and that's it.
Right. I mean,
Which brings me, by the way, to my next point. This is also on screen, right?
seal blood, Inuit blood, and diet.
Right. So we hear very often from carnivore influencers that the Inuits, the traditional Inuit diet, was not eating organ meats. They were just giving the organ meats to their dogs or something. But this study here points out that this is not the case, actually. They have eaten some amount of organ meats, even the brain. Where is it? So, when fresh seal is eaten after the hunt, the hunter slits the abdomen laterally, exposing the internal organs. Hunters first eat pieces of liver, which is described as rich in blood, or they use a teacup to gather some blood to drink. The hunter may then chop pieces of fat and brain together and mix it with remaining blood to eat with meat, usually from the flanks. Women and children first select intestine and perhaps a remaining piece of liver. Ribs and backbone are then eaten. So you can see that this claim that the Inuits are or have not eaten uh, traditionally organ meats is false.
Right. Now, it's true, you know, like I've heard Sean Baker say, look, no one's out there promoting eating beef liver for every meal. Um, while that is true, it doesn't that does not justify the claim that human beings should not be eating or don't require for optimal health the consumption of liver. Um, liver has been known by human beings who eat it to be very nutrient dense. Anyone who eats it can tell when they're eating it that, wow, this is really nutrient dense. And so that's why it says there in the paragraph how the women and children would grab some intestines or some leftover liver, because in every animal that they would slaughter, there would only be one liver in that animal, but they would make sure that everyone got a little piece of that, because there's a nutrient profile in liver that is far superior than that of muscle meat. And in a natural eating pattern where a human being is eating a diet that's being dictated by nature, then they would certainly be eating liver. But no, they would not be eating it every day for every meal. And that is not what I'm advocating. But every carnivore influencer has that I've talked to about this, at least it initially accuses me of promoting liver for every meal. 450 grams of beef liver every day. And I'm not. I'm endorsing the consumption of a natural amount of liver in a natural frequency, which means there's going to be some every month. There's going to be some liver in the diet, maybe every 2 weeks, maybe every week, and yes, you probably could make it a healthy habit of eating liver every day. But what you do is, instead of eating 100 grams, say every 14 days in one meal, you could divide that up into daily servings where you're consuming like 8 grams of liver per day versus 100 grams every 14 days. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Give yourself a small serving of liver every day. You're not going to kill yourself with a gram and a half of beef liver every single day. And there's nothing that dictates that, well, no, when you sit down and eat liver, you have to eat a full serving. No, you don't. You can eat an eighth of a serving. Well, if you're going to eat liver, you have to eat 450 grams every day. No, you don't. That's that carnivore propaganda. Well, what I should do is stop saying carnivore. That Frank Tufano ruined the very best label for those guys, which was carnivore. And it's funny when I listen to that new doctor on the scene. What's his name? He actually pronounces it carnivore. But yeah, there's a version of carnivore that is consuming a certain amount of carbohydrates, and they exercise. That's the other thing, is that the mainstream carnivore influencers don't really push exercise, don't really encourage a lot of exercise. And when they do, they insist that it's all of the sprinting nature versus, just like walking or slow jog. Walking is really necessary because we've got a lymphatic system that requires our body to move for that fluid to circulate. And the less movement, the less circulation, and the less circulation, the higher your risk of all these cancers becomes. This idea that some of these carnivore influencers are spreading, that walking as exercise leads to heart disease, is absolute stupidity. I mean,
they're actually saying that?
Yeah. I heard BK say that.
So just regular walking, or like things like, okay.
Yeah. The claim was made that if you walk on a regular basis, that over time, you'll overwork your heart, the heart muscles will become too thick, and then you'll die of congestive heart failure. I mean, that's just like the copper toxicity claim. There's no evidence of any of these, the scaremongering, you know, but it makes sense from a WEF perspective to keep people off of liver, to encourage grain-fed beef consumption because it's a Trojan horse for seed oils. You know, the reason why grain-fed beef doesn't have a perfect omega-6 to 3 ratio like grass-finished beef is because those seed oils are being incorporated into the muscle of the cow. And so, you know, excess inflammatory omega-6s don't all of a sudden become healthy because you wrapped it in a cow. It's still a seed oil. It's still an excess omega-6, and it's still going to cause problems in the animal that's consuming it in excess. And we know that grass-fed beef has a omega-6 to 3 ratio right there in the sweet spot. It's going to be.
Hello? There's some. Hello? Can't hear you. Hello? Hello?
Can't hear you.
I can hear you a little bit, but
I've got a loud air compressor right next to me that was triggered. Noise. All right. Okay, now I can hear you. Sorry about that.
okay. You were gone for a couple of seconds.
Yeah. Did you take down the data that you were sharing?
Yeah, wait, let me get it up again. By the way, dehydrated ass, what accent does Antiwar Mindset have? Apparently a German accent, because I'm German. But yeah, what you said about sprinting and walking being promoted as bad by some carnivore influencers.
Yes. This was a popular zero carbohydrate carnivore influencer who was telling people that if you're going to do exercise, you should do heavy weights or sprints. You don't need to do any walking at all. In fact, walking is harmful for your health. If you do walking on a regular basis as a form of exercise, you will overwork your heart over time, and the muscles will become so thick that you'll end up with congestive heart failure.
I mean, I'm not an expert when it comes to exercise, but I can imagine our ancestors have walked around quite frequently. That they were nomadic, weren't they? So I find that kind of weird, just intuitively. But okay.
Yeah, these are some of the myths. I mean, we've been focusing so hard on the vegan myths, and there are plenty of those, and that subject cannot go, unexposed on an ongoing basis. But no one is exposing the myths and lies that are coming with the flip side of that coin, which is a very dogmatic group of zero carbohydrate grain-fed beef enthusiasts. Zero carbohydrate, zero organ meats, grain-fed muscle meat only, salt and water.
Yeah.
I was also in that group for a period of time because, you're so disgusted with the lies that are coming from veganism, and we're trained to think in these false dichotomies that, the answer has to be one of two things. And that's really not how it works. Life is not full of binary choices. I mean, yeah, with men and women, that's binary, but with things like diet, each individual is going to require a different macronutrient ratio. If you were to start competing at a high level of something like the Tour de France, if you were to become a competitive cyclist, you would have to start eating more carbohydrates to cover those needs, or you would never be competitive. There are no keto cyclists. The only time you'll see a keto cyclist is when a cyclist has, over Christmas break or something like that, put on a few extra pounds of fat. And you can spend a couple of days training in a fasted state and be in a heavy state of ketosis as a cyclist and lose that excess fat real quick. But then you have to go right back to the carbohydrates if you're going to work at a respectable intensity and go for a respectable distance. Going hard for 2 minutes is not evidence of elite athletic ability. Now, if you can go hard for 2 minutes with a 15-second rest, and then go hard for 2 minutes with a 15-second rest, and go hard for 2 minutes with a 15-second rest, now we're talking. But you don't see keto carnivores doing that. You don't see them going 2 minutes really hard with a 15-second rest because they don't have the glycogen reserves to recover that quickly. They would have to sit there for like a couple of hours waiting for their glycogen to slowly stack back up to something that could fuel 1 or 2 minutes of intense exercise. And so this is why someone that's an elite competitive cyclist consumes a lot of carbohydrates. But notice that you don't see these guys aging at a rapid rate. You don't see these guys suffering from heart disease. You don't see these guys suffering from obesity because they're fueling exercise with sugar. The problem is when you're consuming sugar like a competitive cyclist and pairing that with sitting on your ass all day. But if you are doing a lot of exercise, you can justify a considerable amount of carbohydrate consumption. Yes, carbohydrates come from plants, and plants have natural toxins in them and natural anti-nutrients. But for hundreds of thousands of years, mankind has been cooking both animals and plants. Cooking animals so that they can get more nutrition out of it. Things like the liver were eaten raw, but things like the knee joint with all that cartilage and collagen, you can't eat that with human teeth. You have to cook it. Well, they learned also how to knock down the toxins and anti-nutrients by boiling plants, cooking plants. You know, sourdough bread really knocks down the phytic acid in the grain. That's because fermentation has always, like cooking, has always been part of the human eating experience. Some things we eat raw, some things we cook. We've lost that ancient knowledge because we've been separated from our food source, and we've been distracted by Hollywood and other tools that are used to keep us distracted and divided.
Regarding the carbohydrate issue, and before we get back into the topic of muscle meat and organ meat and all of that, let me ask you a question about carbohydrate, because there are carnivore influencers who say that any amount of carbohydrate is bad, and they say it's bad because it's an aldehyde that can destroy your cells and tear cell membranes to pieces and bind to DNA and cause mutations and all of that, even in
Yeah.
small amounts. So what do you say about that?
Oh, well, I don't have any of the sources ready to pull up. I guess I could pull those up, but regarding the aldehydes, is yes, glucose is an aldehyde, but it's not an aldehyde that's ever been found to damage lipid rafts or DNA or mitochondria. On the other hand, there are aldehydes that are produced when the omega-6s in grain-fed beef experience lipid peroxidation. So that's a type of oxidation that unsaturated omega-6 fatty acids tend to experience. And so it's called lipid peroxidation, and it produces some very toxic aldehydes that actually do damage lipid rafts. They do damage mitochondria. They do damage the cellular membrane, and cause all types of metabolic disorders and diseases. And that's the omega-6s. So glucose is an aldehyde, but it's saying that glucose is an aldehyde, and aldehydes damage lipid rafts and damage cellular membranes and damage chromosomes and damage mitochondria is not true, because not all aldehydes are the same. And I think the analogy I used before was, let's say that someone's got a German Shepherd, and then someone else sees this German Shepherd and says, "Oh my God, can't believe you got a German Shepherd, because German Shepherds bark." Because this person's experience was that a German Shepherd was always barking, but this German Shepherd happens to be well trained and will never bark. And the same could be said for glucose. It hasn't been trained, but it doesn't have the properties that lead it to do things like damage mitochondria. However, the aldehydes that are products of the lipid peroxidation that comes along with eating a diet that's high in unsaturated omega-6 fatty acids is a diet that's going to have a considerable amount of lipid peroxidation. And those aldehydes, they're, that's something that they can look at, and they can show you how it actually causes the cancer, right? Not just say, well, glucose is an aldehyde, therefore it's bad. No, your body produces a certain amount of glucose, but it doesn't produce enough for certain situations, right? If you know that you're going to be sitting on your ass for the rest of your life, if you're going to be at rest or asleep, then being fat adapted might benefit you. But if you're going to be active, then you will benefit from a governed amount of carbohydrate consumption. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of the reasons for that is the fact that glucose is so easily metabolized without any toxic wastes. It's carbon dioxide and water. Is that right? Versus lipid peroxidation, which I don't have the names of those aldehydes right now, but those omega-6s and that supermarket grain-fed beef are a big deal. And these influencers that are telling you otherwise are not, I can't say that they're lying, because they might just be ignorant. But look into it. Don't just take my word for it. If you doubt me, look it up yourself. You'll see that saturated fats are very hard to oxidize, and unsaturated fats are very difficult to oxidize, or they oxidize very easily. And that goes for omega-3s and omega-6s. But the omega-3s are they're generally, there's different omega-3s and there's different omega-6s, and the omega-3s are generally anti-inflammatory, and the omega-6s are generally inflammatory. And so if you're consuming a ratio of 20 to 1, 20 inflammatory 6s for every 1 omega-3, then the science shows that that's way out of the safe window, which is somewhere between a 1-to-1 ratio and a 4-to-1 ratio. So once you get out of the 4-to-1 and you move up to a 5-to-1 ratio, then that you start seeing the type of inflammation that's associated with all of these diseases. And so grain-fed beef has a 20-to-1 ratio. And just because you wrap those omega-6s in a cow doesn't all of a sudden make it an animal fat. That cow did not have that ratio until the finishing phase, when all those grains were fed to it the last 3 or 4 months of its life. And where did that grain come from? The grain came from the same toxic monocropping factory farms that produce the items that are offered on the vegan menu. And that's why we have these two camps coming at us, telling us you have to do it this way. It's either 0 animal products or 0 plant products, because under both of those situations, the popular carnivore model is the grain-fed version, which relies on the same monocropping that veganism relies upon. And so when we explain that veganism is not sustainable because of all of the dead-end streets that come along with the toxic factory monocropping that produce the items that are offered on the vegan menu, we also have to realize that same model is what the grain-fed beef industry is built upon. It requires all of these grains and grain byproducts and grain co-products and industrial grain wastes. And then we somehow think, okay, we've fed all this toxic waste to this cow. Now we've taken a 1-to-1 omega ratio when we turned that into a 20-to-1 ratio. Now it's got estrogen. Estrogen has been injected. All of the CLA has been muted. All of the good vitamins have been turned down, and all of the plant toxins have been turned up. And excess omega-6 fatty acids, in my book, is a type of plant toxin. That's one of the plant world's ways of discouraging the consumption of plant oils, is to make it really heavy in unsaturated fats that tend to be of the omega-6 nature, the omega-6 family. So not only are they inflammatory, but they're also prone to oxidation because they're unsaturated. Look it up. Saturated fats are resistant to oxidation, and unsaturated fats are prone to oxidation. So those unsaturated fats become incorporated into the matrix of our cellular membranes. They become incorporated into the structures of the mitochondria and the other the lipid rafts and the other organelles. It's just that all of those structures are just teeming with lipids. And if you eat a lot of unsaturated omega-6s, then those tissues and organs and organelles will tend to be made of those omega-6s that are inflammatory and prone to oxidation. And what do we know causes oxidation in these unsaturated lipids? Heat is one, and oxygen is another. What do we know about the human body is that it's warm. So it's warm, and it's also oxygenated. If you're living, it's going to be well oxygenated. And so, if your cells are well oxygenated, then that's and they're made largely of omega-6s that are prone to oxidation when they come in contact with oxygen, especially if they come in contact with the aldehydes that are the result of lipid peroxidation, which is very common way of metabolizing omega-6 fatty acids in the human body, especially in those people who are doing sprint type exercises. So if you really wanted to damage your chromosomes, then eat a muscle meat only diet of grain-fed supermarket beef and couple that with sprinting. You'll get a lot of lipid peroxidation, and then the lipid peroxidation causes aldehydes that are released that do things like damage lipid rafts, damage cellular membranes, damage mitochondria, interrupt human biology in general, cause cancer, heart disease. No, the excess omega-6s in your diet they don't magically become healthy because someone figured out how to wrap them in a cow. You have a grass-finished steer there, and you have a grain-finished steer there, and the grain-finished steer is full of seed oils. Those omega-6s, those excess omega-6s are seed oils. And anyone that tells you otherwise is full of shit.
I think what's being done there is they take advantage of the fact that there are no long-term health studies that compare grain-fed and grass-fed beef in terms of like health outcomes in human beings. There's like data missing. Unfortunately, those studies have not been done,
Well,
from what I can tell.
yeah, that is called an appeal to ignorance fallacy. And it's the same type of fallacy that vegans come at me with when they say, can you give me a study that specifically says that a human being must consume animals to survive? Do you have a study that specifically says that a human being must consume animals to survive? Do you have it? You don't have that? Well, then that means veganism is credible. It's the same type of fallacy. It's an appeal to ignorance. Right. We don't have those studies. But like I said, we do have the studies already that show that a 20-to-1 omega-6 to omega-3 ratio causes inflammation and high rates of oxidative stress and oxidative damage to lipid rafts, cellular membranes, mitochondria, chromosomes, etc. Like I say, just because you wrap seed oils in a cow doesn't mean that it's all of a sudden magically going to be good for you to eat excess omega-6 seed oils. We don't have to, I mean, I'm not going to appease veganism. I'm not going to give veganism any kind of pass based on the fact that there haven't been any studies that specifically said that human beings must eat animal products to survive. And that is just as credible a appeal to ignorance fallacy as, well, yeah, the 20-to-1 omega-6 ratio probably isn't good. It may not be good, but scientifically we know already it's not. But since that hasn't been done specifically on beef, does that make sense that is an appeal to ignorance fallacy?
Yeah, it seems like that, as far as I can tell. Yeah. By the way, let's talk about methionine and homocysteine and glycine. This article is still on screen, right?
No. Oh, I'll put it up. I didn't see it down there. Okay, beyond good and evil.
Yeah, this is by Chris Masterjohn, and he points out something very interesting about how muscle meat contains more methionine than organ meats, but organ meats contains more glycine than muscle meat. And also the B vitamins and choline are higher in organ meats. So, and he points out that if you have an excess of methionine in a diet, then it produces homocysteine, which is toxic, damaging byproduct, which can lead to all kinds of diseases. And then it can be downregulated with B vitamins and choline, but this leads to excessive methylation, which can break down cells and deplete all sorts of nutrients, including glycine. But if you have enough glycine and B vitamins and choline, then it leads to proper methylation and conversion into glutathione and detoxification and an antioxidant response. He goes more in detail in this article. I can sort of read it, or we can take the shortcut with this explanation here. So this figure represents a simplified model of the synergy between methionine, B vitamins, choline, and glycine. Excess methionine from muscle meats in the absence of protective nutrients generates homocysteine, a toxic byproduct that may contribute to vascular disease. With adequate B vitamins and choline found especially in organ meats and egg yolks, methionine will not generate excess homocysteine, but it may lead to excessive methylation, a breakdown of cellular communication, and depletion of glycine, all of which may contribute to the negative consequences of aging. Adequate glycine from gelatinous materials such as bone, skin, and other connective tissue, and of course organ meats, work together with B vitamins and choline to prevent excessive methylation and to ensure adequate conversion of methionine to glutathione. This ensures that methionine will be used for proper cellular communication and as part of the cellular defense against oxidants and environmental toxins. Now, he also cites like many studies and in support of this. But what do you say about that? Like, if this is true, then this would definitely be a flaw in this muscle meat only carnivore paradigm, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one problem with the model. It has not been debunked by anything that I've seen. Uh, the production of glycine requires other amino acids that aren't three of the four amino acids that can be converted into glycine are relatively low in beef. So and also it's very a B vitamin, like requires a lot of B6, and even those studies that study that Harry was referencing, even he admitted that what seemed to determine homocysteine levels more than anything else was vitamin B12. And the higher the bioactive vitamin B12, then the lower the homocysteine levels were. And so that's why the meat group that went from, it was 22% of the diet was meat compared to 12% of the diet was meat. The second group with the higher protein, that's not a high protein consumption, but 22% is a lot more than 12%. It's almost twice as much. And so you're going to have a little bit more B12 with that, because there's a little bit of B12 in meats. However, if you really want a lot of B12, then liver is where you get the big daddy, the big daddy B12 source is liver. And so it doesn't make any sense to point out that homocysteine levels are primarily B12 level dependent and then turn around and poo-poo the idea or even demonize the idea of eating liver.
Yeah, and also the glycine in muscle meat is way too low. If you have like not enough glycine in your system, then it's going to lead to excess methylation, as Chris Masterjohn explains in the article. If you don't know what methylation is, it is basically passing along carbon from one molecule to another, and yeah, carbon atoms and hydrogen atoms to various molecules. But this can apparently be in excess, and glycine sort of down-regulates that to a normal level as far as I understand it. I'm not an expert, but this is what I understand.
Yeah. If the glycine is low and you're saying that low glycine leads to high homocysteine levels, or if the glycine is low compared to methionine?
I think that the article makes the point that muscle meats are very high in methionine but low in glycine, and vice versa with organ meats. So there needs to be some sort of balance, because the methionine leads to it leads, if it's not down-regulated.
If the methionine is not down-regulated by present glycine, that's going to raise homocysteine, right?
As far as I understand, yes. And also folate. Folate is also important. I think folate is low in muscle meats, but high in, or relatively high in organ meats.
Right.
I mean, we can go to the article more in detail if you want. I mean,
can you see on the screen right now?
Yeah.
That's the folate in beef liver compared to ground beef.
That's the USDA nutrition database. So if it's probably also gonna be a low estimate, probably, because I don't know if they account for things like digestibility or not.
Well, this, I don't know. I don't think it does, but are you claiming that some of this would not be digestible?
No, I mean they underestimate the amount of nutrients, probably, is my guess from these databases.
Well, if what they might be doing is they might be underestimating the daily allowance or the daily requirement, but I don't know that these two measurements would be off. I think that this ratio of 9 to 290 is probably pretty constant throughout the different sources. Like if Germany's got a source, then you would see a similar divide between the amount of folate in beef liver as you find in ground beef. So no matter what country you come from, you're going to see that those official sources are showing that beef liver has like 100 times more folate in it. And that's the good folate. That's the kind that really works. And you said that folate was a big deal trying to keep homocysteine levels down. Well, here you go. And what are the carnivore influencers that promote this grain-fed supermarket meat? They always say beef liver. Nobody cares about beef liver. You don't have to eat beef liver. In fact, beef liver is dangerous, and none of those fear-mongering claims are true. That's all bullshit that they're saying. Everything they say about copper is bullshit. Everything they say about vitamin A is bullshit. Meanwhile, they'll tell you that one of the main nutrients that keeps homocysteine levels low is folate. Well, if you want really good folate, eat some beef liver. And the other nutrient is B12. So let's look real quick at the B12. Here's the B12. So that's beef liver versus ground beef. So you can see the B12 and the folate that you're going to get, like if you were to start consuming 100 grams of beef liver every 14 days, or 1 gram of beef liver every day.
Yeah, I mean, it's vitamin B12 is so important for keeping the homocysteine levels down, which also explains why vegans have high homocysteine levels, which even Dr. Greger admits, who's a vegan doctor.
Yeah, he did claim that creatine, Dr. Greger does the same thing with creatine as the carnivore influencers are doing with glycine, because he said, creatine is a nutrient that your body can make on its own and makes all that it needs. Well, that's not true. It's not. It's like this. They do this with so many different nutrients, but if your body can produce just a little bit of what otherwise is an essential nutrient, because essential nutrient is a specific medical term, and it means any nutrient that's required for human health that the body cannot manufacture at all. So there are some nutrients that the body cannot manufacture at all. And then there's some nutrients that your body can produce some of, but not enough to be optimal. And I've never seen a nutrient that is not conditionally essential. And that's what they're called when your body can make some, but not enough. They're called conditionally essential nutrients. And creatine is considered a conditionally essential nutrient, as well as glycine, because every human body will experience windows of time, probably every month, at least every year, where without dietary creatine and without dietary glycine, your health is going to suffer because you can't keep up with the needs. For instance, the production of glycine, one of the 4 amino acids that can be converted to glycine, the process is very vitamin B6 dependent. And so, you can see that, like here on this, on the screen, let me pull up the B6, I think was before this one. That's the vitamin A. No, I think it was after vitamin A, vitamin 12, vitamin B6. And so the manufacture of glycine is very vitamin B6 dependent. And if you're eating just ground beef and no beef liver, then your B6, which is required to produce glycine, is going to be low compared to as if you had been eating a little bit of liver.
Right. And the Chris Masterjohn article actually points this out as well. Can you quickly pull it up? I will just quote this real quick. He has a nice paragraph on that.
Okay, it's up there.
So let me just quote you from the article regarding the question of whether or not the human body can synthesize its own glycine. There are unfortunately very few nutritional studies using glycine because scientists have not considered it quote unquote essential amino acid. Although our bodies can synthesize glycine primarily from the amino acid serine, one group of scientists recently estimated that our ability to produce glycine may fall short of our needs for this amino acid by up to 10 grams per day. This is roughly the equivalent of an ounce of bone meal each day. These authors pointed out that markers of glycine deficiency appear in the urine of vegetarians, people consuming low protein diets, children recovering from malnutrition, and pregnant women. They further suggested that most of us adapt to a subtler degree of glycine deficiency by decreasing our own turnover of collagen, which may lead to the accumulation of damaged collagen with age, thereby contributing to arthritis, poor skin quality, and many of the other negative consequences of aging. Indeed, while some studies have shown that restricting dietary methionine lengthens the lifespan of rats, and while these have generated a great deal of interest, a similar study recently showed that the same effect can be achieved by supplementing the diet with extra glycine. So, yeah, our body cannot produce its own glycine in sufficient enough levels,
Right.
which means that muscle meat only carnivore is probably not such a good idea.
Yeah, and that's only one reason why it's not such a good idea. There are others that we'll cover and have covered a little bit in previous live streams, but um, you know, both the carnivore group and the vegan group are both two sides of the same coin. Um, it's unfortunate because I know that that's not what a lot of people want to hear from me. They want to hear me preaching the zero carbohydrate dogma, but that is not optimal. It's not optimal and has never been. I heard Chappie say the other day that prehistoric man didn't eat plants. In fact, the only time they ate plants is when they were trying not to starve to death. Well, the truth of the matter is that hunter-gatherers are always trying not to starve to death. That's just the lifestyle. And the consumption of plant foods was common in all hunter-gatherer societies. Not 75% plant-based like we see in the United States, but 25% or even up to 45%. But you also have to remember that these people were living an active lifestyle, and all of these these zero carbohydrate carnivores, not all of them, but most of them are they're either against exercise or they're misrepresenting their own exercise regimen. I've caught them lying in the comments about their exercise habits. There's not a lot of exercise going on in the keto carnivore community. It's mostly a bunch of people that like to sit around eating meat all day.
Regarding the carbohydrate issue and this claim that any amount of carbs in a diet is toxic, I think you should do a video on that, because this is really a thing that is sort of a generalization of carbohydrates and of, I mean, they really push eat no amount of carbs. The amount of carbs in a diet should be not a single gram, and they say, and the justification is that any amount of carbs is toxic, like it's inherently toxic. And I think this needs to be refuted.
Yeah. It's kind of, it's a little bit like, well, first thing that I would say to that is I would need a list of specific claims. Like there was a list of specific claims given out by that one fellow that you alerted me to, who was claiming that glucose does this damage because it's an aldehyde. Those are claims that I can debunk, but if someone just says any amount of sugar is toxic, then, I mean, how do you disprove that unless you tell me specifically what biologically it's doing, what biochemistry is happening, and then I can explain to you that it'll fall into one of two categories. It'll either be just a lie, something that is not happening with the consumption of glucose, or it'll be something that's happening but is a natural process, part of the natural human biology with the natural excretion pathways. In other words, things like advanced glycation products. We always have advanced glycation products. If you eat cooked meat, you're consuming a bunch of, especially if you consume grain-fed cooked beef, then you're consuming, that's like the mother lode of advanced glycation end products. However, the human body is built to be able to get rid of those products because they are, that's sort of like saying, carbon dioxide, high levels of carbon dioxide are toxic in the human bloodstream. Therefore, and when we breathe oxygen, then one of the byproducts of breathing oxygen is carbon dioxide. And so any level of breathing oxygen is going to produce a chemical that's known to harm human tissues. So it is true that we want to keep the carbohydrate level low, but doing by getting rid of the oxygen in the air that we breathe in order to stop all the carbon dioxide is not the way to do that. Just like eating glucose can cause some advanced glycation end products, but we are designed for that. What we're not designed for is for carbon dioxide to build up to harmful levels in the bloodstream, and we're not designed for advanced glycation end products to build up in the bloodstream. However, I bet you that if we really examine a zero carbohydrate, grain-fed, grain-finished beef diet, beef, salt, and water, I'll bet you that under that circumstance, you're probably going to get the highest levels of advanced glycation end products unless you're eating raw. If you're eating raw, then you may not have them, but cooked grain-fed beef is busting at the seams with advanced glycation end products.
Yeah, and also, if it was true that any amount of carbs is damaging, then why is it the case that breast milk has carbohydrates? Because, I mean, breast milk is produced naturally. So if carbohydrates were inherently bad for the human body, then there would be a selection pressure against that. And then breast milk wouldn't have carbohydrates, right? Does make sense? So
Well, it's this is the same issue that we have with the vegan camp. The vegan camp is always making claims that just are factually wrong, you know. And for instance, they claim, well, you can get B12 just by eating dirt. Well, no, you can't. And a similar claim from the carnivore community is, well, the natural diet for human beings is zero carbohydrates and zero organ meats. And they point to the Inuit. And then when you look, you find out that no, the Inuit have always eaten organ meats and the Inuit have always eaten carbohydrates. So, it's hard to when you're tasked with debunking just straight up lies, at that point, once a carnivore influencer says, human beings are designed for zero carbohydrates, and proof of that is the Inuit. That right there should be the end of their credibility. I mean, at that point, anything else that they've said is without credibility, and debunking any other claim that they make is optional because they've already been shown to be a bullshit artist, a snake oil salesman.
yeah, or if they say the stuff about the polar bear liver, which by the way contains 100 times more vitamin A than beef liver.
Yeah, it does. But like I said, There has never been a case of hypervitaminosis A where the individual was not taking a supplement that contained synthetic vitamin A. Show me the case of someone suffering hypervitaminosis A on just liver and not any type of synthetic, because I guarantee you, let's look it up, synthetic vitamin A. Okay, here we go. Let me pull this up real quick. Is synthetic vitamin A bioidentical? So you notice how they're not answering the question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can pull.
I mean, the thing about both the vegan diet and the carnivore diet, as they are currently propagated, is that both these diets appear to be better in the short term for in comparison to the standard American diet, because both these diets are elimination diets that just leave out all the junk food and stuff like that. So I can definitely see why people would feel very good initially on these diets. But if it's optimal in the long term is another question.
Yeah. Just to the vitamin A issue again is, that was the same thing I had found when I looked into the polar bear sled dog story. That turned out to be a fiction, and then it turns out that every single time that hypervitaminosis A has been claimed as a case, there's been non-bioidentical synthetic vitamin A involved. And so there's no credibility to the vitamin A claim, even if there's 100 times more vitamin A in liver as there is in beef. You know, there's lots of people out there consuming beef liver, but not one case ever of someone who's just getting their vitamin A from beef liver. There's never been a case of hypervitaminosis A with that, or really any kind of liver. In fact, even polar bear liver has not been shown to cause hypervitaminosis A in humans.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis.
It is a hypothesis. Vegans have a lot of hypotheses. I don't have patience for unsupported hypothesis from vegans or their counterpart carnivores, the zero carbers, the grain fed zero carbers, grain fed zero carb muscle meat only. This is a fringe that is way overrepresented because of the influencers that have been hired. It's just like back in the day when they used to use doctors to sell cigarettes. The same shit. That brand of carnivore is harmful.
Yeah, I mean, let me just repeat again. If we have millions of people eating beef liver throughout humanity's history globally, and if copper toxicity and vitamin A toxicity in regards to eating beef liver was really such a danger, then we would see that in case reports in the medical literature. But there's a lack of those case reports. So this whole thing is fear mongering at best.
Yeah, it's fear mongering, and it's steering people away from what, in my opinion, would be a better and potentially optimal human diet. Would be to first of all, everyone should be exercising every day. You need to move around. You need to get up and move and work up a sweat. Sweating is part of your excretion. That's where a lot of your toxins are excreted out the sweat pores. And if you don't sweat, some people go for years without sweating. That's like, I mean, we got pooping and peeing and sweating. You shouldn't turn any of those three excretion systems off. But people who like to sit on their ass under an air conditioner all the time, they don't move, their bodies are stagnant. Now they're being told by a certain carnivore influencer that they shouldn't even walk because walking causes heart disease. And this is how far off into the twilight zone the carnivores have waded.
And also another thing that I want to mention, maybe as sort of a last point on the carnivores, because we should also get to the vegans eventually. But yeah, what sometimes some carnivore influencers say is that, well, if you cannot afford anything else, then go to McDonald's and get some beef patties from there. That, I mean, do I even need to say anything to that? I mean, this is just ridiculous.
Did you ever see the video that I made about that?
Yeah, about Kelly Hogan.
Yeah. She's one of those what I call like a WEF type influencer. So I don't know that she's been hired by any of those WEF affiliated corporations, but her shtick matches that, where they're it's always, you don't have to eat liver. I'm a doctor and I don't eat liver, or I'm this and I don't eat liver. You don't have to eat liver. They keep telling you that, even though liver comes with all this B6, all this B12, all this folate, all the nutrients that would be required to produce sufficient amounts of glycine if we needed to produce that for any reason. It's weird because I don't know for a fact that shtick has been engineered to be a weapon, but if I was going to engineer a carnivore type diet that was weaponized, I would recommend supermarket grain-fed beef so that the individual gets excess inflammatory omega-6 seed oils and low glycine, low B12, low B6, truncated glycogen stores, so that if you're walking around with truncated glycogen stores, in other words, you have glycogen stores, but they're short and shallow compared to someone who's eating an activity appropriate amount of sugar. And what that means is that you consume enough sugar so that it meets your daily activity requirements. And so, yeah, if you're doing a certain amount of exercise, then you can justify the consumption of some starch or sugar. And all of those, any advanced glycation end products or any carbon dioxide that's produced as a byproduct during the metabolism of all that will be excreted. It's part of the natural scenario, just like the aldehydes are a natural scenario of lipid peroxidation. However, that is in fact harmful. And that comes along with being a fat adapted athlete that eats excess omega-6 fatty acids. Okay.
And also on the McDonald's thing, it's not a secret that McDonald's is pro-vegan and is a partner of the World Economic Forum. So if you're recommending to people that they should go to McDonald's to get their beef patties, I mean, what are you doing then? You're basically directing them towards funding veganism ultimately.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The McDonald's and Tyson and Cargill, they're all meat companies, and they've signed on with the WEF's anti-meat agenda. They've signed on officially as strategic partners. So, if you're out there and you hear this and you're thinking, well, that can't be true, well, look it up. The meat companies are spearheading the plant-based mock meat industry. They're pioneering it, and they're positioning themselves to abandon real meat and just offer plant-based alternatives. And all of them have started a line of plant-based alternatives. So you combine the fact that McDonald's they're doing plant-based mock meat, Cargill's doing it, Tyson Foods is doing it, every meat company out there is doing it. You compare that with, is their name on that strategic partner list of the WEF? And if yes, well, then they are part of the anti-meat agenda. And so if you go to the supermarket and you buy grain-fed beef, then you are buying a beef that bolsters the entities and or industries that are positioning to take the meat away. So it's kind of like, for me, it's like the easiest cheese for a mouse to access is that's been placed in the mousetrap. And so if you take the path of least resistance as a meat eater and you just go for the cheapest thing you can find, regardless of the fact that it's supporting industries that are preparing to take the meat away from you, then, if you do the math, it's better if you were to buy local grass-finished beef. Local grass-finished beef is not always more expensive. In fact, post-COVID, it's oftentimes now less expensive, especially if you partner up with some friends and buy the animal and then pay someone to haul the animal to the slaughterhouse. It's called a custom slaughterhouse. Go to Google Maps in your area and type in custom slaughterhouse and find the nearest custom slaughterhouse near you and have your live steer transported there slaughtered, butchered, packaged. That's going to be cheaper. That's going to be probably the cheapest thing that you could do. And it's got a perfect omega-3 to omega-6 ratio. It doesn't have all of those omega-6 seed oils.
Pesticide residue.
Estrogen, or at least injected additional estrogen. And these are the kinds of tips that these big carnivores don't tell their audience. Partner up with some friends, buy a live steer and have it butchered. That's the cheapest way to go. Get a grass-finished steer. You get the healthiest meat at the cheapest price. Instead, they're saying, hey, if you feel like it, go to McDonald's and buy your beef. Just get quarter-pound patties. Yeah, those are quarter-pound patties. Those are quarter-pound before cooking. They're not quarter-pound after. So not only, and per pound, I bet you right now, what is a quarter-pounder? What would 8 quarter-pound beef patties from McDonald's cost right now? About $30. It never was a savings compared to local grass-fed. McDonald's was always more expensive buying patties like that. But I had people telling me that they would they're not going to pay $6 a pound for ground beef just because it's local grass-fed. And that was 4 years ago. And now those same people that were thumbing their nose at local grass-fed beef for $6 a pound, now they're paying $8 a pound or more for grain-fed at the supermarket. So they're paying $2 a pound more than they claimed before that they would ever pay for meat. What it is these doctors have given people an excuse not to support local grass-fed beef by taking the lazy way of doing it. Just go to the supermarket, because there's never been a study that proves that supermarket beef causes any of these health problems that come along with a diet that's got an omega-6 to 3 ratio of 20 to 1. You know what? We also don't have studies saying that an omega 20 to 1 ratio is somehow healthy because it's wrapped in a cow. We do have evidence that a 20 to 1 ratio is not optimal. We already have that. In fact, we know that a 20 to 1 ratio of omega-6s to omega-3s is way out of line with the safe window. That's 0 to 0 or 1 to 1 or 4 to 1.
Also, before we move on to the vegans, the carnivores rarely address the crop deaths issue, even though they sometimes do talk about veganism. But when they mention veganism, they don't talk about the crop deaths issue, which is kind of weird. But I've posted something in a private chat where a carnivore made a whole video on crop deaths, which is like a rare thing to see. So maybe we should react to that. What do you say?
Sure.
It's only 6 minutes long, so we can watch that very quickly.
So this is a carnivore?
Yeah, talking about crop deaths.
Okay. Is this a well-known carnivore or a obscure carnivore?
I think he's sort of an upcoming carnivore that is sort of
Oh,
gaining traction.
okay. Are you pulling it up?
Well, I have sent it in a private chat.
Okay.
Yeah, we can sort of evaluate the way this carnivore talks about crop deaths and whether or not he makes good arguments or not.
Max German.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This guy right here, huh?
Yeah, I've not seen many videos from him, but I've seen one where he also points out that grass fat is superior to grain fat. So he's one of the few carnivores that actually says grass fat is better than grain fat.
Okay. Well,
In today's video, I'm going to be breaking down the ethics behind a carnivore diet, and we're going to look at a rather interesting paradox where by eating only meat, you're actually preventing animal suffering and loss of life. Now, first up on the agenda today, I'm going to be talking about the united goal that we all have, which is to minimize animal suffering. And then I'm going to break down which diet does best at achieving this. We're going to first do this by looking at the number of deaths that come as a result of agricultural practices, such as pesticide use and machinery. And then I'm going to explain how by only eating meat, you're actually saving the lives of animals and preventing unnecessary suffering. Finally, I'm going to give you a thought experiment which may change your perspective on eating meat. Now, before we get into the main part of this video, I want to give a quick clarification. I am not talking about factory farming in this video. I think we can all agree, unless you're a psychopath or a sociopath, that factory farming is disgusting. Some of the practices around the world, especially regarding chickens, where they put them all in tiny cages and don't give them any room to move, is disgraceful. And in this video, when I refer to farming, I'm talking about cows on lush pasture. First up, let's discuss our united goal, which is to prevent as much animal suffering.
okay.
What do you say about his characterization of factory animal farming?
Well, all of that factory animal farming is 100% reliant on that same monocropping model that's not sustainable, which is one of the main arguments against veganism. So any argument that's that debunks veganism also debunks any other way of eating that relies upon those same unsustainable processes or industries. Okay.
Yeah, but he specifically talked about how the animals are treated in factory farms. Would you say that this is what he said was a fair characterization, or would you say that is it a bit one-sided, or how do you see that?
I do not support that model, and he did clarify that he was talking primarily about the chickens. And if you look at how these CAFOs are run with chickens, these chickens are they are like living in a really shitty conditions. I think what is more important than that is the fact that those conditions are leading to an animal that is sick when it's slaughtered. And so it leads to the world population eating the flesh of sick animals as a base or a standard position. I think that the CAFO model needs to be phased out, and plant agriculture and animal agriculture need to be remarried because they complement one another, especially when you get rid of the monocropping and start planting crops that are complementary of one another, that promote the no-till, promote the ability to do a no-till operation. So the answer to our problems is to get rid of veganism and get rid of the monocropping that's enabling veganism and also enabling the CAFO model, or the concentrated feedlot model, that it comes along with large modern commercial chicken production, beef finishing, pork finishing. All of that needs to be phased out, and agriculture needs to get back to its roots, where we're taking advantage of the natural nutrient cycles that occur when you put plants and animals together.
Right.
And you're making plants that are healthy because they don't require pesticides. They require fewer pesticides. And then the next thing that we have to do is we have to grow up and quit being pussies about the food that we're eating. And if you see a peach at your supermarket or at the farmer's market that's got a little bite out of it from a sparrow, then you go ahead and you buy that peach, because otherwise what you're doing is you're supporting that monocropping model where every fruit has to be perfect to the eye before you'll eat it. And that is leading to about a 40% wastage when it comes to fruits and vegetables and plant foods, is that almost half of it goes to waste immediately because it's not matching what your little sissy head is thinking is proper food. You know, I want my peaches to be blemish free. Well, yeah, I understand that, but that is responsible for a lot of the death and toxicity that's happening, because these farmers are so motivated to have as little wastage as possible, because their profit margins are already very thin. So they're trying to maximize their profits. They're willing to bend their own principles and pour excess pesticides on there just so that the peaches that they take to the market are pleasant to the eye. Now, they might be causing cancer biologically because they're covered in pesticides and neonicotinoids, but boy, they sure look nice. And it's that mentality that the people have that is enabling this mass poisoning and this mass eating disorders, swinging from zero animals to zero plants. Both of those are disordered eating patterns. Human beings are omnivores with a heavy need for meat and a conditional need for carbohydrates. If you don't need any carbohydrates, then you better be someone who's sedentary, that's either at rest or asleep most of the time. But if you're going to be active, then you need a certain amount of sugar. That doesn't mean that you eat sugar with reckless abandon. You eat it in a way that governs the consumption, just like Mother Nature would govern it in the hunter-gatherer days. In the hunter-gatherer days, it was limited. It was naturally limited most of the time. But but sometimes it was available in excess, and that was back then, that was a benefit when you could find excess sugar and combine that with excess fat. If you could store body fat, if you could store a little bit of body fat back in those days, it was good, because in the not too distant future, there's going to be a little bit of time that goes by when you're without, and that little bit of body fat that you were able to store because of that little bit of excess sugar that you ran into when you were able to plunder that honeybee hive, you put on a couple of pounds of fat. When that couple of pounds of fat ended up being just enough battery charge to get you through the next lean time. Does that mean that hunter-gatherer got diabetes and died of heart disease and obesity? No, because any amount of buildup of any toxin or anything that comes from the consumption of carbohydrates can be also exhaled. It can also be excreted. Oh, but you're immediately, just as soon as you consume glucose, the toxicity begins. That's the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard. And I'm the first guy that stands up and says people are eating too many carbohydrates. But if you swing all the way to, okay, zero carbohydrates are allowed. Well, now you're just a cult. A certain amount of carbohydrates is optimal. And it's not going to be the same for every individual. And it's not going to be the same for every individual, even if they have the same muscle mass. The activity level is going to vary.
I just wanted also to add that when we're talking about grass-fed beef, some vegans will say we don't have the land for that. They will say, oh, but most of the beef that we get, or most of the animal food that we get today is from these CAFO operations, which is unfortunately true, but this doesn't mean that we cannot phase it out. And this whole land thing, we don't have enough land. We can tackle that later, but this is definitely not true. We can actually.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's the majority of the arable agricultural land in the United States is soy and corn. And so in a regenerative future, in an omnivore and omnivorously regenerative future, you would marry animal and plant ag, and a lot of the problems with both industries automatically go away. And so if you've got 500 million acres of corn and soybeans in the United States, and there's soybean and palm in Brazil, and where's the palm oil is produced?
Indonesia and Malaysia.
Yeah. So you've got all of these areas where plant and animal agriculture have been strictly separated, and that causes a disadvantage for both industries. So you've got to remarry those, and when you do, you'll get rid of a lot of the need for a bunch of that corn and a bunch of that soybean and a bunch of that palm, and you can now marry other types of plant agriculture with ungulate agriculture and immediately start a process of more food than what was available before, with little to no need of outside inputs and little to no need of any pesticides, because of the moving away from monocrops. And we've got all of these. Look, this would be the solution to so much, because in order to make all of this sustainable, then what we need to do is we need to bring humans back into the picture. And we've got a bunch of people that are becoming obsolete because of their jobs are becoming obsolete because of artificial intelligence, because of robotics. Well, there's one thing that I don't think that you could ever train artificial intelligence and robotics to do, and that is manage a holistic agricultural system that's producing both animal and plant nutrients in a way that takes advantage of all those natural nutrient cycles and carbon cycles, etc., with the manure and the bacteria in the soil and the nitrogen fixation in the soil and all of the great stuff that goes along with what happens when you marry animal agriculture to plant agriculture. And so all of these predictions that, and that's something that the carnivores also claim, is that, we can't move to grass-fed because there's not enough land to feed the world. Yeah, well, we're not going to have just grass fields. We're going to marry cattle with all kinds of plant agriculture. We're going to have cover crops for different seasons. And there's going to be plants and animals, and it's going to be a rich soil, and the soil is going to be being built, and it's going to be being fortified. And we're going to be growing more food than we could ever with this system where, okay, let's put animal agriculture over here and we put plant agriculture over here. They don't mix them together. Well, that's what we did until the petroleum revolution. Was we mixed them together. That's how we made it work. All these thousands of years, by marrying animal and plant agriculture.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this is the sustainable way to do, and it reduces our need for agrochemicals because of the natural ways the livestock and the livestock deals with the pest issue, Ryan.
The livestock and also the getting away from the monocrops. Nature does not do monocrops. The way that when you go out in nature, you're going to find multiple species in one square. There might be 5 species there. There may be 10. There may be 20. There may be 50 species in 1 acre of different plants. And that's the way that nature likes to do it, is biodiversity. The more biodiverse it is, then the less vulnerable you are to things like pests. Because it's when you have monocrops, when you have pest infestations, because pests are usually an animal that's drawn to one particular food. And so if you plant 500 million acres of just one plant, and it happens to be the locust's favorite food, then you're going to have a plague of locusts that move in and destroy your crop. But if that food that the locust is attracted to was in a field of 20 other plants that were producing different kinds of food, then the locusts would have, there would be nothing calling the locusts like a monocrop, like 500 million acres of just nothing but densely planted one thing. Monocrops call in the pest plagues, and it's biodiversity that not only dilutes the pest's target, but also pairs it with plants that do things like emit chemicals that protect their neighbors. There are some plants that not only protect themselves, but make their neighbors less attractive to predation. And these are what's the predators of plants? Herbivores. So the insects that are attacking gardens and monocrops are practicing they're either herbivores or they're practicing their herbivorous segment of their omnivorism, I guess you would say. But the fact of the matter is that the monocropping is one of the reasons it's an issue with the pesticides, is because every one of these is a monocrop, because it's there's going to be something valuable there. There's going to be a package of goods that are growing from this plant that is going to be the favorite food of some birds, of some insects, of some mammals. And so you'll have to deal with warding off the damage of those, especially in a monocropping scenario where that's all there is, you know?
Yeah. We should probably continue with watching this video, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
And loss of life as possible. If we could all eat a diet that provided us with all the nutrients we needed, and it meant that no animals had to die, that would be ideal. However, that is not the case. There are many nutrients we can only get from meat, and all these plants contain many compounds that we do not want to consume. Now, the logical conclusion you would have from a surface level perspective is that a vegan diet is the best diet in order to prevent the suffering and loss of life of animals. However, I do not believe that to be true. Now, if you lived off the land, as say, and you ate only fruits and vegetables from your back garden, and you didn't use any pesticides on them, that right there is the ideal diet to minimize animal suffering and loss of life. However, that is just not possible. Most people don't have the land for this. Either they can't afford it, or the country they live in doesn't allow them to. So what happens is that humans rely on agriculture for the majority of our supply of plants, which results in a number of problems. The first being pesticide deaths. Now, pesticides, quite literally by design, are intended to kill animals such as birds and insects that try and eat the crops. Now, when an animal dies from a pesticide death, it's a horrible, gruesome death. Often it can be a slow, drawn-out process which leads to lots of unnecessary suffering. Now, there is estimated to be 67 million birds that die each year as a result of consuming these pesticides, as well as billions of bees. You see, for things like avocado and almonds to grow, they require significant...
He sounds like he's been watching the Garland Farms and Antiwar Mindset channel.
Significant number of bees to come and pollinate the plants. So they have to bring them in through a process known as migrant beekeeping. Now, what happens is when they fly all these bees in to a habitat that they're not used to, they don't have access to the foods that they'd usually eat. So when these bees can't eat what they require and they're exposed to these pesticides, it's estimated that billions of them die each year. as well as the fact that these pesticides run off the plants and flow into rivers and seas. And so what ends up happening is they end up killing fish. In Mexico, there is an area known as the dead zone, where essentially it's a zone of water that is so contaminated with pesticides that all species that go in there die. Now, a common agriculture practice is to use things like tractors to plow the fields. However, what ends up happening is lots of rodents as well as birds are in these fields as they get plowed. This is not an instantaneous death in many cases. It's another slow, drawn-out process which results in a lot of suffering. In a 2003 study, they found voles, which are a small rodent, that were in bean and wheat fields, died at a rate ranging between 90 and 362 individual deaths per hectare. Now, there are over 5 billion hectares of agriculture land worldwide. Now, obviously, not all of these are being plowed by tractors.
Have you heard this?
The field deaths thing?
Yeah.
About
The voles, 90 individuals per hectare to 362 per hectare. That was back in 2003.
Yeah, I heard of similar studies. I'm not sure if I heard of this study, but yeah, this is what vegans call harvest deaths, and this is a valid point to bring up, definitely, because there are billions of hectares or millions of hectares or something, and then of course you multiply these. What was it, 300 per hectare or something?
Yeah.
So yeah, it adds up to significant numbers, of course.
Right. Yeah. You've got to, all of these, for someone to get their heads around this, really, then these deaths would have to be accounted for. Secondary poisonings, you would have to quantify. Birds that die of starvation because of the insect populations being wiped out, those would have to be counted. So getting our heads wrapped around the whole picture, if we could, and get all of these little packages of billions of deaths, because billions is a considerable number, but they've always got that trillions number. So then once you get the quadrillions number that's associated with the crop agriculture, then, that's the end of the argument, really. It's just at that point, I feel like we're chasing our tails again with the arguing with the vegans, because they continue to, just like the carnivores, they will blatantly make certain claims that are not supported by any fact, and you're left with the task of going out and doing something like, okay, well then you go out and find a study that says specifically that human beings cannot live without animal products. That's when you corner them, that's basically what all they're left with is an appeal to ignorance fallacy, which in both camps, to me, is just embarrassing that these people that consider themselves intellectual would stoop so low as to rely on something like that. Show me a study that says that you cannot live without M&Ms or Coca-Cola. I can come up with anything. Show me a study that says that the human being cannot live without X, Y, or Z. That is an appeal to ignorance. It's like, we don't have a study, therefore we can't make any claims because this specific scenario hasn't been, and that's the way the vegans are doing us with the crop deaths. So
Actually,
go ahead.
Actually, that reminds me of a video that I made recently called "The Uncertainty Argument Against Veganism." which I try to sort of be philosophical.
Have you been able to get a vegan to walk through that with you?
Yeah, they sort of dismiss it, and they also invoke like the Jains in India, and they say that they have been generationally vegan. But the thing is that this wouldn't really refute my argument, because my argument is that basically throughout human history, 99% of human history is omnivore. Period. Most tribes, nations, you name it, omnivore. 100% omnivore. And even if you could name like maybe a vegan tribe or a vegan group like the Jains, I'm not even 100% convinced that they're like vegan, but whatever. Even if I could name that one person or tribe or whatever, it still wouldn't outweigh the track record of the omnivore diet in supporting a human population for a human lifespan. To sort of give an analogy, let's say there's a situation where you have like a life or death medical treatment, like let's say heart disease medical operation or something, right? Emergency. And you could choose the doctors, and you could choose between two doctors. You could choose a very experienced doctor that has decades of experience under his belt. And then you have a second doctor that is a rookie and is maybe has had one patient or so in his very young early career, right? So which doctor would you choose? You would obviously choose the more experienced doctor, especially if it's a life and death situation.
Yeah.
Right. So given that this is the case, then why should it not be justified to choose a diet that has a way better track record or certainty in supporting a human throughout a human lifespan, like the omnivore diet, as opposed to the vegan diet, which has practically no such track record and thus is less certain to support a human throughout a human lifespan. And even if you want to say like the Jains, first of all, the Jains, from what I can tell, have an average life expectancy of like 71. This was kind of the number that I found. Versus the average American has a life expectancy of 76. And the average German has a life expectancy of 80. So even if you want to invoke the Jains, and even if you could prove that they are generationally vegan, this would not be the sort of thing that refutes my argument, really, because this doesn't get me to the lifespan or life expectancy of the average Westerner that I am that I am, right? So not to mention like the Jains are actually many of them are anemic from what I can tell or from what I found out. And even though they're actually wealthier, they're a group in India that is actually wealthier. But that's besides the point. The point is that there's more certainty when it comes to the omnivore diet as opposed to the vegan diet in terms of surviving long-term and not intergenerationally, multi-generationally. And that is sort of the point of the uncertainty argument, because vegans actually do concede that human survival supersedes animal lives, because they agree that if you were stranded on an island and you had nothing else to eat, then you could eat animals. That would be morally okay. So they cannot then turn around and say human survival doesn't matter if it's in today's civilization or something. Like it wouldn't be consistent, right? And I also had this hypothetical with, so for example, if you're on an island and you had two food options, you have wild boars and you have mushrooms, but there's uncertainty of whether or not the mushrooms could kill you. So obviously it would then be, if you have a certain food source that's going to help you survive, it's going to be the boars instead of the mushrooms, right?
Right.
So, because the mushrooms could be poisonous. So, for example, after 5 days of consuming those, you could end up dead.
Yeah. Here's what I think about that argument is that I think that under a scenario where you've got a vegan in a formal debate that's being moderated by a fair and impartial party, then I think that that'd be you'd win that debate with that argument. As far as outside that scenario, I think it's a hard one, because veganism is not about rational reasoning. It's about emotions and irrational thoughts. And people who are not married to veganism, people that haven't made veganism part of their identity, and you see that with the zero carbohydrate crowd too. A lot of them have channel names that reflect a zero carbohydrate policy. And so if you approach any of those individuals with facts that prove that a zero carbohydrate diet is not optimal, then they get very emotional about it. And I've been publicly shamed by dogmatic carnivores that don't want to talk reason and logic. They just want to shame me for not being on the zero carbohydrate bandwagon. Literally telling me that they're ashamed of me. But both sides are doing that. They're appealing to a lot of emotion, and it's just very difficult for someone that's caught up in that to sit down and look at this from a reasonable, logical. You've got that argument. You must have some experience with debate, because it's perfect for a debate scenario. But
actually, I don't have experience with debate. I had like 1 or 2 debates.
Did you study it? Did you study debate?
No, I just came up with this argument actually. It was sort of inspired by another paper that I read that also sort of defended animal eating in like a philosophical paper.
Yeah.
Well, it made a similar type of argument, and it's sort of inspired by this paper. But I'm not some kind of like philosophy guy. I just want to try something out, something new, I guess.
But it's based on the animal foods being certain in the scenario.
Yeah, basically the track record that the omnivorous diet has in supporting a human lifespan, like from conception to graveyard. We have certainty that an omnivorous diet can do that, and we have less certainty that a vegan diet can do that because it just lacks the ability, or it lacks the demonstrated ability to do so.
Mhm.
And even like if you could cherry pick some group like the Jains or whatever, it's still not certain that it would, or it still wouldn't make it as certain as the omnivorous diet in supporting the human survival throughout a human life span.
Yeah, I get that, definitely.
And again, survival is more important than animal lives, which vegans do concede with the whole thing to do with stranded on an island thing, right? So it would be inconsistent if they would sort of then say human survival doesn't matter as much, or whatever. And also considering the fact that both these diets kill animals, so the issue isn't even that, or the thing is, if the vegan diet was a no animal harming diet or something, then it would be sort of more balanced, I would say, a little bit at least. But it isn't, right? It's not balanced. The cases and therefore in favor in the omnivore direction. That is sort of the argument. And also, by the way, I rewatched some of the discussion we had with the anti-carnist, the guy who invoked Jeffrey Dahmer and dogfighting and all of that.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say that he sort of misrepresented our argument. He said that because of he made it out that like our argument is, oh, there's crop death, so therefore killing and torturing of animals is justified. But this is not our argument.
Right.
What we are actually saying is that
there's more.
Yeah, not only that, but look, people need to understand that there is going to be animal death no matter what we eat. So we can eat plant-based diet, animal-based diet, carnivore diet, paleo diet, rice diet, whatever diet, frugivore, raw vegan, whatever, McDonald's diet, whatever diet you think of, there's going to be some animal death involved. So this notion of how can you justify killing an animal? Like it's not a question of morality. Like an animal is gonna die no matter what you eat. The only question that remains is which diet causes the least amount of death, and also in relation to human health. Like, what's sort of the best choice in terms of both these requirements, minimizing animal harm and supporting human health, and also being sustainable? Like, what is the, from a utilitarian perspective, what is bringing the most utility? It's sort of like the do you know the trolley problem?
Trolley problems?
Yeah, do you know that?
No, I don't guess I do.
Right. So it's like this philosophical problem of if there's like a trolley that runs over people and there's like
Oh,
two people on one track and one person on the other or something, or
yeah,
five or whatever.
yeah.
It's sort of that situation. It's like there's going to be death no matter what, but you can choose to minimize or to maximize, or yeah, or choose nothing and then it's going to be maximized or whatever it is, right? The crop death thing is sort of similar. It's like if you eat plant-based, there's going to be death, and if you eat animal-based, there's going to be death, but you can't choose to minimize the death. So this whole thing that the anti-carnists brought up, like, oh, the crop deaths is some sort of way to justify killing an animal. Like, this is total nonsense, because you're killing an animal no matter what. It's not a question of morality of whether or not we ought or ought not to kill an animal, because it's going to happen regardless of what you think about it morally. It's like gravity or some other physical law. It's inevitable.
Well, the vegans have been using that argument forever, claiming that veganism is not perfect, but that it minimizes the suffering and death. But they don't go any further than that, other than maybe in certain situations where they sourced a propaganda paper that was tried to be passed off as a scientific study that did things like count just the harvesting deaths, just the deaths during the harvesting phase. Whereas, like, what up here on the screen, this Max German fellow, and he's got the machinery deaths up there. And it says many animals also die from being run over by machinery, such as tractors. So there's lots of tractor action that happens outside of the harvesting. There's the plowing, the planting, the spraying, and then the harvesting, which comes with mowing it and then picking it up and separating it. So the more of that tractor action you have, then the more of these crop deaths in that category that they're caused by machinery. But harvesting deaths is just a subcategory of machinery death. That makes sense? Because harvesting is not the same thing as planting. And harvesting is not the same thing as spraying pesticides. And harvesting is not the same thing as plowing. And so the plowing deaths are not counted in the so-called studies that count harvesting deaths. They only count the deaths when the crop has already been grown and now the finished product is being harvested. That's only one of many different machine caused animal deaths associated with plant agriculture. And machinery deaths themselves altogether are the smallest category of crop deaths, because the biggest category by far are the deaths caused by pesticides, which are conservatively between 3.5 and 4 quadrillion deaths every year. These are insects. The insects are in many cases pollinators and or food sources for 95% of the bird species on the planet. Now, not only are so many insects dying, quadrillions, but so many birds species are being driven into extinction because they're starving to death, because so many insects are dying from the pesticides. And you ask a vegan about that, and they're like, oh, well, you don't really care about insects. And then you're like, oh, okay, would you like some honey on your croissant? Oh, no, I would never disrespect a bee. That's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, there's no consistency in any of their arguments, actually. But yeah, let's just finish this video, and then we can sort of give a verdict on his video.
Okay.
But a significant amount of it will be, which again is just billions more deaths of animals. So for the average person on a vegan diet who just buys their plants from the supermarket, there is still a significant amount of loss of life for the food you eat. Now let's compare this with my diet. I follow a carnivore diet, and I eat between 3 and 4 pounds of beef per day. Now in a single cow, there is about 750 pounds of meat. So essentially 2 animals each year die for my food. Now as we just looked at, there is way more than 2 deaths per individual per year on a plant-based diet. And when you factor in just how inhumane many of these deaths from these agricultural practices are, it really does just demonstrate how by eating an only meat diet, predominantly with beef, you're actually mitigating animal suffering. Now I want to put you through a hypothetical thought experiment. Imagine you're in the Matrix movie and Morpheus is giving you the option to take one of 2 pills. You can first take the red pill and you live a nice life to 30, and at some random point you're just shot in the back of the head without you knowing. Or you can take the blue pill and you just never exist. This right here is the reality for many animals that only have a chance at life through practices of farming. The majority of the animals that humans eat are only given a chance at life due to the fact that one day they'll be eaten. And for many of these animals, such as the ones here we have in New Zealand, they actually live incredibly nice lives. For starters, they get these lush paddocks with unlimited food, where they can just chill around all day. They don't have to pay taxes. It's a very cushy life. So in a way, by eating meat, you're actually giving these animals a chance at life. Now, maybe this is just a cope to eat meat guilt-free. However, this argument at least holds some weight. So in conclusion, more animals die each year from the average vegan diet than the average carnivore diet. And assuming you're sourcing your meat properly, the deaths that come as a result of farming are much more humane than the deaths that come as a result of agriculture. Anyways, that concludes today's video on why a carnivore diet is actually one of the more humane diets that you can have. If you enjoyed this video and you want to see more of my content, consider subscribing down below. It's completely free. It means you'll see more videos like this. If you're interested to know why I'll never eat a vegetable again, I have a video that I think you might find interesting. Or you might like one of the other videos that YouTube is suggesting. Thank you guys very much for watching. I'll see you next time.
Okay.
The thing you said about
All these bees in.
the thing you said about the animals would never exist if it wasn't for us eating them. I think this is a framing that I don't agree with, because I mean, okay, yeah, from a certain standpoint, this is correct, but
that's a vegan frame.
Yeah, exactly. This is these animals would exist, but in a different form, maybe.
Yeah.
But that in similar numbers, they would still exist.
Larger, at least here on this continent, there'd be larger numbers of ungulates if we went back to pre-industrial revolution years. 160. I have all the sources. I had to sweep a bunch of sources together to come up with the number of moose and antelope and elk and mule deer and white-tailed deer, but it was about 160 million ruminants, counting all the buffaloes and everything. And then now the wild ungulate population has been decreased so much that when you count them and all of the ungulates and animal agriculture, it comes to about 120 million. So it's down on the North American continent by about 40 million compared to what it was before all of this so-called advancement.
Yeah, this is definitely a sort of vegan talking point. Like, oh, you're breeding these animals into existence. Like they're making it seem like we are just waving a magic wand, and all of a sudden, oh, there are hundreds of millions of ruminant animals out of thin air. No, this is not how it works. These animals would still exist in similar numbers, just in different form.
Yeah, I don't like that his whole motivation is the animals, right? He's saying that a zero carbohydrate, 100% ketogenic carnivore diet is not the healthiest. He's not claiming it's the healthiest. He's claiming that is causing the least amount of animal suffering and death. And that may very well be true. However, nutritionally, it's not optimal for human beings. I don't like that veganism isn't about health, and I don't like that.
Your audio is cutting out. I can't hear you.
Sorry, I had that compressor tripped off again. I had to go turn it off. But what I was saying was I don't like that veganism is not about health, right? And I also don't like that the zero carbohydrate carnivores are making health claims that are not backed up by the data and are not telling people about some of the risks associated with zero carbohydrate. And a lot of the research that they're pointing to support zero carbohydrates are studies where the keto group is being allowed 50 grams of starch or sugar every day. You know, in other words, the research that they point to that they claim supports the claims that they're making, they don't match. That research does not support a zero carbohydrate diet and does not in any way show that a zero carbohydrate diet can result in replenished glycogen stores, for example. Because the study they point to, these people are consuming 50 grams of sugar every day. And if you ask these carnivore influencers that are pointing to that study as evidence that their zero carbohydrate diet works, you say to them, oh, so you mean it's okay for me to eat 50 grams of sugar every day? And they're like, you heretic, How dare you even suggest eating 50 grams of sugar every day? Well, that's what the study, the so-called, what they're doing is they're labeling things in studies as things like high protein. Here's the high protein group. Really? How much? Oh, it was 22%. Oh, really? 20% of their energy intake was animal products? Yeah. It was either lean meats or skim milk. You know, their claims and the studies that they point to are mismatched. They don't have any research backing up their claims.
Yeah, and a second, you're absolutely right. Like, we don't have to just talk about ethics, but we need to combine that with the health aspect. I mean, you can live on one rice corn and kill no animals, but you would ruin your health. You would starve, right? Or
Yeah.
you could eat like a glutton, but this is also not optimal, and it would kill the most animals. Or you would eat vegan and would probably also kill way too many animals, and it's not optimal for health. Or you could eat a healthy diet that also kills the least amount of animals.
Right.
So
Here's the solution is what I keep saying is you marry animal agriculture with plant agriculture, and you phase out of monocropping. So every time you plant a crop, you're planting at least two, in some cases three, in some cases four, in some cases five, and that is a science that is growing as we're learning more and more how to mix crops so that they benefit each other. They have a synergy together. They bolster the production of one another, and they bolster each other's defenses against pests, etc. And the more species you can get going in one field, the better. And you in between changing crops, once you harvest, then you bring in the cattle and you let the cattle graze in mob fashion the residue that's left behind. You didn't, and that residue is without pesticides and without synthetic fertilizers, because you're some cycles in to ruminant cycling, so that you're bringing in ruminants every time that you harvest, and you're grazing them on those. And in some seasons, it may not be ideal to plant a food that is for human consumption. Some seasons in some areas, it might be best to plant a cover crop that's going to, like a clover rich grass mix or something that's going to build soil nitrogen, but also produce some of the most nutrient rich grass finished beef that you've ever eaten. So marrying regenerative ruminant rotational grazing with multi-species crop paddock, with the tripling that, or also doing that in tandem, along with also practices of permaculture, where you're doing earthworks so that you're catching rainwater and maximizing its absorption into the soil and minimizing the runoff and flooding in the area. Because if you can hold on to the rain that falls on your land, and everyone does that, then you don't have flooding, because you've got that water captured. It's not all going to the river, and the river gets swelled up and it eats up everyone's property, washes away their animals. So the solution is to marry plant and animal agriculture. this guy has not he's not moved beyond the animal suffering argument. You know, he's got, looks like he's got some acne, which is probably from the excess omega-6s that he's probably getting from supermarket grain-fed beef. Did he say that he's consuming only grass-finished beef?
I mean, he made a video on grass-fed versus grain-fed, where he said that grass-fed is better and that you should choose grass-fed. So
Okay.
and given that he lives in New Zealand, I think that he eats grass-fed.
Okay. Yeah, he probably does. He didn't bring up the quadrillions of insects. That's a pretty big thing to. That's like a no-brainer. You got to bring that up because the 3.5 quadrillion insects. Each one of those insects, according to vegan philosophy, is a sentient individual, and so they're not allowed to shame you for eating honey and then turn around and say, oh, 3.5 quadrillion so that I can have some avocados and peaches. I don't really care about insects. No, sorry, you're not allowed to say that because of your position on honey. Well, honey is taking advantage of bees. Yeah. Well, eating, what did you have for lunch? I had a carrot. Okay, well, here's the pesticides that they use in the production. This kills aquatic animals, manatees, penguins, dung beetles, grasshoppers, swans, peace doves, koala bears. Oh, well, we've already done that. And the harvesting only kills like one animal every year. So, well, I'm not talking about harvesting. And anyway, those are unintentional. No, you don't spray something that has the suffix "side" in it. I mean, why do you think homicide has the CIDE on it? Homicide, genocide, pesticide. Where would veganism be without pesticides? You'd never feed the world without pesticides in a monocropping scenario. The only way to do it without pesticides is to marry plant and animal agriculture and get rid of the monocropping and start mixing these species. And if that means that all of a sudden there's a bunch of job openings in the world of agriculture so that we can, say, harvest mixing, if you're going to mix the species, then you can't now just drive over it with a machine and dump all that product into one vat, because now you're going to be mixing all kinds of different stuff. Is that it's an industry that could produce a bunch of jobs as well, marrying plant and animal agriculture and getting rid of the monocropping and all of the a large portion, at least, of the machinery, and replacing that with a form of exercise and income for human beings to work within a sustainable, regenerative animal/plant agriculture that rebuilds the soil, produces pesticide-free plant foods, pesticide-free animal foods, mixing species that have synergistic relationships with each other so that they they grow together better than they do alone.
I have a question about polycropping, because some vegans say that monocropping can be replaced by polycropping, but they of course mean not what you're talking about with animal and agriculture, but without animal
Right.
agriculture. And yeah, what do you say to that? Because I think that this would probably lead to soil nutrients being depleted, or like there would be a competition between these crops, wouldn't it?
It depends on the crops. There are crops that if you pair this crop with that crop, they're going to compete. But if you pair this crop with this other crop, then there may be an established, understood synergistic relationship between those two species. So it depends on the two plants, or the three plants, or the four species, or how many species you have. But in nature, there's competition and cooperation going on out there. You don't ever have where it's just competition or just cooperation in nature. But if you have a monocropping situation, then all you have is competition, because, like I said, nature does not do monocrops. Nature does polycrops, and there are combinations of plants that are highly productive and highly resistant to environmental and pest damage. Again, that is a developing field that is bringing back returns, and it's probably a lost science, because once monocropping got here, we forgot our past. We forgot that animal agriculture and plant agriculture used to be one thing, and they separated it. And now it's hard to get people to think back to the original paradigm that was productive, that can be done in a good way. You can do it and minimize animal death. You can do it and minimize animal suffering. You can minimize erosion. You can minimize, in fact, you can, if you do it right, you can build healthy topsoil, build it, make it taller, make it deeper. And
About the question about whether or not it is possible to have polycropping without animals, like vegans suggest.
okay, that belongs in the same category as when a vegan tells you that we can make all the creatine we need. The human body manufactures all the creatine we need, when it's actually a conditionally essential nutrient. Is that there's always going to be conditions where a human body would optimally have dietary source of creatine. And the same is true for the other side of the coin, when the carnivores are saying, oh, well, it's okay to eat just muscle meat because our bodies can produce all the glycine that we need. And you check into that and you find, that's a similar situation with the creatine and the vegans. This time it's glycine and the carnivores, and they're claiming that we can produce all the glycine we need. But the science says that glycine is a conditionally essential nutrient, which means that there will always be situations where every human being will need a dietary source of glycine. We can't produce, even on a daily basis, enough glycine for the demand. The demand's more like 8 grams. We can make like 2 grams. So the same is true for this idea of veganic polycropping without animals, because they're claiming that all of the nutrients that can be provided by an animal can be provided by the natural decay process. The problem there is several fold. One of them is the fact that there are nutrients provided by the animals that are not provided by just general composting or organic ground decay. It is chemically different. You don't get the same amount of nitrogen, even if you've moved in with some clovers or something somewhere. And of course, then you've got to source those clovers. You've got to work in the seed source, all of the every emission and everything else that's associated with any seed source. And then the fact that if you look at the cases, the actual examples of this type of animal-free plant agriculture, you'll find that there's a specific kind of crop that you can grow, but it's things like spinach, like greens, like lettuce, spinach, sprouts, but things like vegan staples like soybeans, potatoes, wheat, pinto beans, these do not grow well in that type of agriculture, and it's never been shown to be the case. I mean, there's not any veganic farm out there where you can go and get farm grown soybeans and potatoes and carrots and cucumbers and oranges and apples and pears and apricots and just everything. The window of plants that grow okay in that scenario is pretty narrow. You cannot feed a world with it. Now, if you take that same system and you bring animals in, now you've got something. You've got a system that you can build on. You've got to marry the animal and the plant agriculture together. And that's something that both camps have wrong. They would get rid of all animal agriculture, and the carnivore community, ironically, would get rid of all plant agriculture. But if they did that, then what props up the concentrated feedlot model that they're proponents of would disappear, because without the destructive monocropping that produces the items offered on the vegan menu, you can't have the traditional concentrated toxic feedlot model for poultry or beef. All that goes away. And that's okay, because again, just here in the continental United States, we've got 500 million acres of corn and soybean that could be rotationally mob grazed and polycropped.
On the veganic farming issue, let's actually look at that real quick. Can you share my screen, please?
Yeah. Can humanity be fed on a vegan diet, was the question?
Yeah, this is basically the only source I could find that talks about veganic farming from a worldwide standpoint, like whether or not it's scalable and also what is the nutritional outcome of that, whether or not it's nutritionally possible, right?
Yeah.
But this is the only source I could find on this, because there are not many sources that look at this from a worldwide standpoint.
No.
So let me just read you from this article. Modeling of a fully vegan world in 2050. Using an existing model of the global food system, Greer got down to work at the School of Life Sciences and Facility Management in Valenceville to analyze how a fully vegan world in 2050 would impact both nutrition and the environment. The master's graduate further developed the model by applying digital and data-based methods and examined 6 vegan farming scenarios with different model assumptions. These included free organic vegan, aka veganic, and free conventional vegan production systems. For each of the 6 scenarios, the model tracked the nutrient flows through the entire food system, from input to output. For example, it was investigated how much water, fertilizer, and energy would be needed, which emissions would be produced, and what amount of nutrients would ultimately be contained in the produced food. Without animals, but only with conventional agriculture. In performing her work, she also investigated whether organic farming would be compatible with vegan farming. The results surprised Greer. If you wanted to feed the entire global population without expanding the amount of agricultural land being used, it would be possible to do so without animals, but only with conventional agricultural methods. In contrast to the conventional vegan scenarios, the organic vegan scenarios produced inadequate amount of calories, proteins, and fats. As such, organic farming would only be compatible to a certain extent with a completely vegan farming sector. Wait a second, it gives even a number here. Where was that? Oh, yeah. Organic farming is in fact dependent on animal production to a very high degree, says Creer, as animal fertilizer are an essential source of nutrients under this system. Apart from the smaller yield, which is usually the case in organic farming, the master's graduate sees a further reason why organic farming fares worse than conventional farming. In the case of organic farming, there has to be sufficient unproductive grassland for nitrogen fixation. Farmers need the so-called artificial meadows in order to maintain soil quality, to take preventive action against weeds, and to fix nitrogen, which is essential as fertilizer. In a vegan world, however, these artificial meadows cannot be directly used for food production, as the grass grows cannot be used for fodder. We also investigated to what extent organic and vegan farming are compatible. We found that humanity could be fed with an 80% vegan world in combination with an approximate 25% organic world. So in other words, this veganic farming is not possible. So a vegan world would not be able to be 100% veganic or organic. And also says here that a vegan world would lead to higher water consumption. Yeah. So this is like the only source that sort of talks about this veganic thing from a worldwide standpoint. And it seems that it's actually not possible from a worldwide standpoint, given nutritional constraints also.
Yeah.
So so this means that veganism would be a vegan world would be a monocropping world. It wouldn't be anything else, really. So veganism has no alternative to monocropping. And the other thing would be vertical farming, but we have already proven, and you done a video on this, that this is also nonsense because of the high electricity consumption, and you would need to build millions of skyscrapers.
Yeah, we don't need, millions of skyscrapers.
So, in other words, veganism has to rely on monocropping from a worldwide standpoint.
Yes.
So, in other words, veganism has no alternative to monocropping, which makes it a dead-end street, pretty much, which is a devastating fact against veganism. And then there's also this thing like lab grown and precision fermentation or something, or how is it called? I've also found a new study on that. Let me also quickly show you this. Please show it on screen.
Modeling the feasibility of fermentation, produced protein at a globally relevant scale.
Yeah, this study just shows you that this would actually rely heavily on petroleum, right? So it says right here, the production of an additional 18 million tons of protein annually via fermentation, which would be 10% of the 2020's global consumption, would necessitate 10 to 25 million hectares of feedstock, cropland expansion / reallocation, utilize up to 1% of global electricity generation, produce 159 million tons of CO2 equivalents, and have a total process input cost of 53.77 billion US dollars, with a negligible impact on nutrient supply beyond protein. So let me just go over this. So there would be an increase in cropland expansion, or at least reallocation, by 10 to 25 million hectares, and would utilize at least 1% of global electricity generation. 1% sounds like very little in relative terms, but in absolute terms, it's massive, actually.
Right.
And in terms of CO2 emissions, it's 159 million tons. And it's also hugely expensive, with almost 60 billion US dollars input costs, and produces only negligible nutrition. So there you go on that.
Yeah. A lot of, every claim that a vegan makes can be falsified. But this was a scenario where they were replacing a certain amount of animal protein with protein manufactured through a fermentation process?
Yeah. And it would actually require crops because they're using carbohydrates, so it's not without its fair share of soybeans and things like that.
Right. And who knows what else? They probably have to have they probably have to have heat sources at certain places in the process, and so there's going to be a certain amount of methane emitted and a certain amount of dependence on the petroleum industry. Anything that's dependent upon the petroleum industry could end up being cost prohibitive in the future.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, the vegans, they don't have any real alternative to monocropping, which means it's a dead end street, because monocropping is destroying the topsoil, is destroying the pollinators, is depleting water, is using potash mining and phosphate mining, both finite resources and environmentally destructive. And is using.
All of this is true, but let me ask you this. The carnivore 100% zero carbohydrate, grain fed, muscle meat only crowd, that meat relies upon the grain fed model, whether you're talking about beef or pork or chicken or whatever. Isn't it also a dead end street for the same exact reason that veganism is?
Yes, it is. And also let me show you what kind of dead end street it is also, right?
Okay. Converting grazing land to arable, unsustainable in West Country and other parts of Northern Europe.
Yeah, so this study points out that turning land that is used by livestock, turning that into arable cropland, monocropping land for the plant-based diet and also for the carnivores is not sustainable. The Rothamsted research-led study focused on the southwest of England in response to questions over what could happen to UK livestock farming communities as society shifts towards more plant-based diets. The bad news for farmers is that the chances of successfully growing winter wheat on fields once used to raise livestock could be as little as 25% in the future, as increased rainfall will make sowing the crop impossible in some years.
Mm-hmm.
Forecasts show that in the absence of climate change, yields could be greater than 14 tons per hectare. But when the near certain impact of increased future rainfall on sowing and harvest dates were included in the simulation, it fell in some situations to less than 3 tons per hectare. Lead author Dr. Lian Hai Wu said, adapting to the changing climate and changes in consumer demands will force us to diversify land from its current uses. Livestock grazing is the main type of farming across the west of the British Isles, and it has been suggested that grasslands in the region could be converted to other land uses, such as growing cereal crops. However, our simulations suggest that for the southwest of England and regions under a similar combination of soil types and climates, planting winter wheat between October and December would be impossible in some years because of constraints on soil workability. Workability is defined as the ability of a soil to support being plowed, and along with trafficability, the capacity of soil to transport heavy farm machinery without becoming damaged is determined in part by weather, soil properties, and the previous impact of machinery. Yeah, so this vegan idea is impossible, as you just heard. And of course, this also plows up the land and would deplete the carbon stock, as also points out here. Grassland conversion in the region would not be sustainable in terms of carbon sequestration, right? So,
Yeah.
in other words, veganism is a dead-end street. Like I said before, it's not sustainable. All these philosophical arguments, they go right out the window. All this bullshit like, oh, but you wouldn't eat a human, would you? And all of this nonsense, like, live in a real world, like, seriously, vegans. Because
Well,
what you're,
I just wanted to I think this pairs well with what you just showed us. What I'm going to show you. Let me see if I can pull it up. I didn't mean to take that off. Have you heard of silvopasture?
yeah,
So, in other words, silvopasture is when you mix trees with livestock, and it works really well because the animals fertilize the soil for the trees, and the trees provide shade and shelter for the animals. And so there's leaf cycling. Just animals and trees really pair together really well. And so that would be an area that would be that would not fit the scenario that you just saw, you just showed. And again, it's because you're marrying plant agriculture with animal agriculture. And when you do that, you remove the like it's proven, like your argument against veganism, where what was the word that you were using? That the meat is already determined to be
certain.
Yeah. So marrying animal and plant agriculture in certain ways that we know works has always worked like that, and it's certain. There's a degree of certainty that's not there when you remove the animal from the plant agriculture. And it doesn't work well, and it doesn't work the other way either, where you remove the plant from the animal agriculture, because what that means is that You've got a concentrated feedlot where you're feeding grains and grain byproducts and wastes. So, imagine all of those acres that right now couldn't be turned into wheat and should never be turned into wheat and should never be turned into anything that requires tillage or pesticides, and only plant trees that produce fruit that have a synergy with the local ecosystem and can grow without a bunch of help, especially have a higher chance of that when you pair the right tree with the right animal. But it's being done all over the world. So there's a lot of acreage right now that is under monocropping and needs to be remarried with ungulates, ruminants. And the same is true for all of the, they need to get, it's okay to have a meat chicken that can run, right? Have a meat chicken that can run, but don't have a meat chicken that once it gets to a certain size cannot stand up anymore. I accidentally bought some young chicks one time that ended up being that breed, and it was a major issue. Once they got to a certain size, you pretty much have to slaughter them because they are otherwise they'll fall over and die because they can't, their body proportions will not allow them to stand up or move around. So I would like to see those breeds that are they're specifically designed to be in a cage their whole life and fed a diet of toxic grains and byproducts from monocropping. So the chickens need to be, you pair chickens with ruminants. You harvest the crop, you bring in the cattle. The cattle eat up the remnants and lay down a bunch of urine and cow patties. You wait a few days for the fly larvae to get nice and fat, and then you bring in the chickens, and the chickens move through and spread out the cow manure while they're clawing away at it, getting to the maggots. The maggots feed the chickens. There's a science to this, and it's old. It's all old stuff. We've known about it forever. It's not controversial. The only thing that makes it controversial is that the machine that took over, that removed it from our memory, is that toxic, corrupt monocropping system that produces the items offered on the vegan menu and offers most of the finishing feeds for cattle and most of the feeds for poultry and most of the feeds for pigs, pork. And so all of that toxic monocropping needs to be phased out. Those corporations need to be finally dethroned, because they're the ones that are pushing veganism. They're the ones that are perverting animal agriculture so that there's something to complain about. They're the ones that are doing this. It's not me and you and the people that are watching us or listening to us, or even most of the people in the world just everywhere. They don't understand how these big companies like DuPont, Bayer, Monsanto, McDonald's, Cargill, Tyson, these companies have become a monster, and all of these ancient ways of doing things that we know work in a regenerative way, like silvopasture, have been forgotten. But people are now waking up to them again. But there's a race between teaching people that you don't have to cut down forests in order to feed ruminants. That's not a feature of making grass-fed, grass-finished beef. We want trees out there. The trees provide shade and shelter for our animals. We want the trees. They even help the grass, because the grass without trees is in the sun too much of the day. So the grass does better when it's got part of the day in the shade. And so we'd much rather have some trees, and at the very least shade trees, but even better, do a fruit forest. Do a fruit forest and do a silvopasture. You could do it with pigs. They do it with cattle. They do it with pigs. They do it with sheep. So we have to stop thinking with this false dichotomy that's being that we're being brainwashed to think inside this paradigm of us versus them, vegan versus carnivore, animal agriculture versus plant agriculture. We need to get back to a regenerative, healthy, omnivore, and remarry animal agriculture and plant agriculture, and get rid of those crops that have been genetically modified, require a bunch of glyphosate, Roundup to be sprayed on them, or who knows what. If it's patented, it needs to be phased out, and everything heirloom needs to be brought back, and you get an agriculture where one farm is producing cattle and chickens and pigs and spinach and potatoes and corn, and you have all of these things together. Like Joel Salatin is an example. Gabe Brown is an example, where you marry animal agriculture with plant agriculture, and that has the least amount of overhead and the highest production. And so it's got bigger profit margins as well. But you have to put all the pieces together, and you have to work it. You have to move the chickens from point A to point B when it's time. You have to move the cattle from point A to point B when it's time. You have to plant the clovers when it's time, or what have you. Depends on where you are and what mixture of species that you bring together, both plant and animal. But there are sources right now that are compiling that data, where they know, okay, these are the species of if you live in this region, then these are the species of grass that grow natively and provide high nutrition for ruminants. So you get these native growing grasses going. They're native, so they want to grow there. The area wants them to grow there. They don't require a lot of outside help. And you pair that with a ruminant that likes to eat that, and then you cycle that ruminant in and off that acreage, stressing it and then giving it rest, building the soil and the fertility and the biodiversity every time you cycle through it.
Yeah. I also want to add, like, this question of whether or not we have enough land think it's very apparent what you just laid out, that this is all integrated into natural processes, right? We have done it before, and it's synergistically, so we should have the land. But I just want to give some math on that, because here's an article that does this, right, to make it more clear to people. Like, because vegans always say, oh, we don't have the land for regenerative grazing, which is just an unsupported claim that they make.
Yeah, there's nothing to back that up. They just claim that it's
Well,
just
yeah,
an unsupported claim.
but yeah, here's an article.
Do we have the land for regenerative grazing?
Yeah, and it goes into that we do have the land for that. So let me just read you from this. For simplicity, I cannot read this. For simplicity, let's assume the average grain-fed beef production in the U.S. is 30 million head per year. It's actually been hovering around 26 to 29 million, but who doesn't like an added challenge? If we are now finishing cows only on grass, we can reduce the 90 to 94 million acres of corn. About 30 to 40% of our corn production is used for livestock feed, for cattle, but largely for pigs and chickens, with the remainder used mainly for high fructose corn syrup and ethanol. Brief side note, cattle consume dried distillers grains, a byproduct of alcohol that no one else would eat, which is included in this percentage allocated to livestock. The point is that converting these crops would not threaten food security, or at least it wouldn't threaten our nutritious food security. If we take only 15 million acres of these cornfields, each of them could finish an understated 15 million cattle. A cautious 1 steer per acre, where many experts estimate converted cornfields could finish nearly 2 steers per acre. Add in the 3.5 million acres of other grain producing acres, soy, wheat, and other small grains that we no longer need for crops, and we are up to 18.5 million acres, or 18.5 million cattle. Now let's consider the 500 plus million acres of privately held pasture land in the US, with only about 30% being utilized to capacity. We would have an even more opportunities for better grazing animals. Let's assume that we use just 10%, 50 million acres of this land, and conservatively assume it can only produce 10 million cattle. We are now up to 28.5 million grass finished cattle. Throw in 30% of the current 22 million acres of land in the Conservation Reserve Program, a program that notoriously pays farmers to allow the land to sit idle, and we have an additional 6.6 million acres that, despite its degradation, could produce another conservative 4.4 million head of cattle. This brings us to a grand total of 32.9 million cattle finished on grass, which is more than the current beef herd finished in feedlots. We are already over our current production numbers and haven't yet considered the 12 million acres of irrigated intermountain region of the United States, which we'll estimate can produce a conservative 1.67 head per acre. If we only use 30% of those acres, we'll produce an additional 6 million cattle per year. That's a highly conservative 38.9 million beef cattle. Many experts estimate our lands can grass finish between 40 to 50 plus million cattle. It's important to note that these calculations are also based on current practices. We are still learning how to optimize soil health, stocking rates, and genetics for grass finishing. Data from Michigan State University reported a 30% increase in the overall productivity of converting to regenerative grazing. So, do we have enough land to finish all cattle on grass? The math seems clear that we do. So that's pretty much case closed on that.
Wow. That's a pretty big debunk. Nice work. Nice find.
Yeah, I mean, if we reduce all these acres of corn, soybeans, wheat,
Exactly.
then we have more than enough to repasture and have enough for regenerative grazing. It's that simple. So I don't understand these vegans that say, oh, yeah, we would have to have 17 additional Earths and a Dyson sphere in order to make this work. This is absolute nonsense, of course.
Yeah. And that's not even factoring in the possibility of remarrying, not only transitioning it to animal agriculture, but an animal agriculture such as silvopasture, where you're able to, for instance, have a fruit orchard that benefits from the beef that's being raised on the acreage where the trees are growing. So the same land that's producing all of these animal nutrients are also producing all of these fruit nutrients, because the trees that are growing on the soil where the cattle are being produced are producing a fruit that under that scenario isn't going to require at least most of the agrochemicals that are required otherwise. So that acreage would, just factoring in the animal agriculture like the source you've brought here does. But what I'm saying is I'd like to see it to the next level, where regenerative animal agriculture and organic regenerative plant agriculture are married, and all those nutrients are taken into account, rather than, is this acreage going to produce more protein if we do plants or if we do animals? I'm just trying to get people out of the false dichotomy that it has to be one or the other. And in most scenarios, it should probably be both.
Yeah, that seems to be a good idea, and also need to look more into that. Yeah. It seems like the most efficient way of doing this, of having a food system, certainly. By the way, let's also get back to the topic of crop deaths. I mean, there are some vegan responses to crop deaths. Do we want to react to such a response? It's just like 5 minutes long or something. I posted it in a private chat.
Okay.
But I have not seen this.
How to respond to crop deaths.
Challenged, people tend to look for excuses. In general, these excuses fall into two main categories: excuses that attack the validity of the challenging belief, and excuses to justify the status quo. And one of the most
Pause on that.
attacking the validity of veganism is...
What did you say?
I said pause on that because she already made a bunch of claims like we are making excuses and crop deaths is the excuse or something. Like,
It's
to me,
framing.
it's also projection, because the vegans are gonna make a bunch of excuses, I assume, in this video here, where they make excuses for their
Gotcha.
fair share of animal
Yeah.
death and suffering.
Yeah. This is a narcissistic projection. All right.
crop deaths. Non-vegans use this argument as a justification for consuming animals all the time, even when it has no relevance to the conversation. So it is one of the most important ethical arguments to master because it comes up all the time.
How does it have no relevance if they're all about animal suffering and death? It couldn't be more relevant, but yeah, that's just the framing. They're trying to frame it as irrelevant. There's some people that's what they want to hear, and once they hear that, then they won't give it any more brain time,
Yeah, I mean, it shows you that they are actually not empathetic towards animals, because they're basically saying, look, all these animals that die, they're not relevant. I mean, this is either you have empathy or you don't. There's no such thing as selective empathy, right?
Right.
Look how highly produced this video is.
This argument is an emotional reaction to a preconceived notion that vegans are morally superior. Non-vegans can feel insecure about the morality of their own choices. And instead of admitting that their choices cause harm and that veganism causes significantly less harm, they try to drag vegans down to their level. People also sometimes use this argument as an appeal to futility. They try to argue.
Didn't she just make the "we're minimizing the harm" argument?
Yeah,
no sources backing that up.
Exactly. It's just an empty claim. And I mean, I also want to point out like how high value or high definition this video is produced. So I wonder if there's like a company behind this or something. Like it seems very professional, like some kind of art studio made this or something.
Yeah, there's there's corporate money going into promoting veganism. So this is the kind of thing that money produces.
Argue that if it's impossible to avoid death, then we shouldn't even try to reduce death and suffering. So when someone starts the crop deaths argument, you must disarm them by admitting that veganism isn't perfect. Admit that crop deaths do occur in the cultivation of vegan foods.
In the cultivation of.
And in today's industrialized world, it's impossible to completely avoid death. But perfection is not our goal. The goal of veganism is to reduce harm and maximize good. So give them a chance to respond to that and then present the hard data.
Wait. So if their goal really was reduce harm, maximize good, why are they not eating grass-fed beef? Like, why are they not promoting the stuff that you have just promoted with the silvo pasture and things like that? Like, this would actually be the vegan option then, right?
Correct. Yeah. I said all other things being equal, then that would be true.
The absolute highest estimation for crop deaths in cultivation of vegan foods is 7.3 billion animals per year, not including insects.
Not including insects. Oh my God, I can only laugh at that. And by the way, where's this number coming from? This 7.3 billion?
Huh. Let's see. Is there any?
Oh, there's a reference table there. Where's this number coming from? It's probably gonna be harvest deaths or something.
Yeah, we're gonna see on a.
But I like how she said, not including insects.
Just like as a little footnote there, not including insects. It's like when they read you the side effects of the latest pharmaceutical drug, they read it really fast so you don't hear all the bloody stool and bowel cancer. Okay, so this is what she was referring to: field deaths.
Yeah.
We know animals are harmed in plant production. Yeah.
So what kind of animals is this looking at here? Just like rodents or something?
Let's see. To date, Stephen Davis, Michael Archer offered the most extensive empirical information about animal deaths, which, as will soon become apparent, isn't saying much. Davis estimates that the various forms of plant agriculture kill 15 field animals per hectare per year. He reaches that number by averaging mortality rates of two studies, one on mouse deaths when harvesting grain and the other on rat deaths while harvesting sugarcane. The estimated mortality rate in the former study was 52%, blah, blah, blah. Let's see if we can get down to the Okay. So what they're doing is they're coming up with a number of animals based on some studies from the 60s and 70s, and like 2.7 million birds. That was in 2013. And then in 61 they reported that 31 million fish died per year, 6% tied to agriculture. That was in 1975. So they're taking those numbers and they're saying since agriculture has grown since 1961, pesticide use has more than doubled. Fertilizer use has tripled. So it's certain that fish have continued to be killed. So where does that leave us? They do averages on animals that might be killed on the cropland. So the number they come to is an estimate of 7.3 billion. And they're doing it based on a couple of studies that counted some birds and some fish back in the 60s and 70s.
What about the frogs and the lizards and the snails and the grasshoppers and the moles and voles and deer and
Right.
all kinds of other animals. So
this is incomplete.
Seems pretty incomplete, yeah.
It's very incomplete. We don't know. I mean, the number of animals is unknown. We know that it's very high, but it's being done so haphazardly and uncontrolled and the numbers are so high that it's impossible for us to count the number of animals that are being killed by a crop agriculture. But we do know this, that anytime a vegan says not counting insects, well, you're dealing with intellectual dishonesty, because
Right.
the insects matter to vegans. And if you don't believe that, just pull out a piece of toast and start putting some honey on it and listen to how they have all this empathy for insects.
Right. And I also want to add about this study. Does it include crop protection, shooting and traps and crop protection, explosives and all of that? Does it include that?
No. And it also doesn't include the fact that not only has agriculture increased by 3 or 4-fold, but the amount of pesticides and variety of pesticides has increased probably 100 or 500-fold. So this is by far, or this is very far from a comprehensive, tally or accounting of all the animal deaths associated. The oceanic dead zones here in the Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Texas, Mexico, Florida. It's the dead zone in that Gulf of Mexico is being caused by the corn and soybean fields that are along the coast or along the banks of the Mississippi River. And all of those dead fish in the ocean, and it's not just fish. It's like the number. I've tried to look at the numbers, and there is some literature on it, trying to count the number of animal deaths associated with these oceanic dead zones, which are monocropping side effects. They don't have, like, they don't even deal with numbers of animals. It's more like metric tons of life, right? Because it's fish, it's octopus, squid, eels, snails, 100 species of mollusk and sea snakes, and I mean, there's just millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of different species that are wiped out by the runoff that eventually makes it into the ocean. And none of those animals are included in a study like this. None of the animals that are killed in the mining of the phosphates and the potassiums, all of the runoff from the radioactive phosphogypsum stacks, all of the animals that die because of that, those animals are not included here. All the animals that die because of the petroleum that's required to produce the nitrogen fertilizers, none of those animals are included. The environmental damage or environmental cost of the gargantuan methane emissions from the production of the nitrogen fertilizers is not taken into account here. There's just like if crop deaths were a disco ball, those disco balls that have like 1,000 mirrors on it. Well, this so-called study here has like part of one mirror, and it's not even the whole mirror. It's part of one mirror, because this data is based on data from the 60s and 70s, and
yeah, it's just laughable. I mean, this is just toilet paper.
Yeah, it's just they don't have a legitimate reply, so they take that tactic of just posturing. If you posture that you're right, and if you do it hard enough, it'll come across, and a lot of people will say, damn, that person really believes in what they're saying. And people tend to be lazy, so they want to be told, they want a leader, so they'd rather have just some celebrity personality tell them what to do and not check the facts behind what's being said. And when you look at the data in this paper, you see that trying to claim that this is anywhere near an accurate account of crop deaths is just a joke.
And I also want to point out the projection that she was doing in the video. Just from the bit that we've seen so far, she said that crop deaths argument is an appeal to futility fallacy.
Utility, yeah.
But
it can't be perfect.
This is projection, because when we point out crop deaths, we are also saying we could make things better, right? As you pointed out. So if the vegans are saying there has to be some deaths, right, for the crops, because they're portraying it as a necessity, then they are actually making the futility fallacy, right? They're engaging in that fallacy. So that's actually projection, because they're saying, oh, this has to be these deaths.
They're the ones that are saying, they're starting their whole argument off with, hey, just living kills animals. We all kill animals. Appeal to futility, and then say, based on no evidence or based on lies, claim that what we're doing is we're reducing harm. But then the sources that they share to back that up are a joke.
Yeah, and also she said that we want to drag them down to our level, right? But this is extreme projection. Like, the vegans are actually the group that wants to drag the meat eaters down.
And why would you exclude insects?
Yeah, because this is devastating to them. That's why. It destroys their whole argument. Because there are more insects dying on their end than on our. It's that simple.
Yeah, so look at this. Let's listen to this one more time, what she says.
Data. The absolute highest estimation for crop deaths in cultivation of vegan foods is 7.3 billion animals per year, not including insects.
Okay, not including insects, right? Now watch this. You go to their homepage, and what do you see right here? Why vegans don't consume honey?
Vegans don't consume honey. Honey is made by bees for bees, and their health can be sacrificed when humans steal it. In beekeeping, bees are selectively bred to increase productivity, which changes their genes and increases their risk to get ill. When bee farmers remove honey from a hive, they replace it with a sugar substitute worse for the bees' health. Worker bees can be hurt with the process of stealing their honey, and queen bees are sometimes mutilated to prevent them from leaving.
All right. Now let's compare that to what she just said.
I mean, the hypocrisy is unbelievable.
The highest estimation for crop deaths in cultivation of vegan foods is 7.3 billion animals per year, not including insects. Now, many other studies have actually called this number into question, suggesting it could be much lower for various reasons. But I like to use this number because it is the absolute maximum number of deaths possible. This eliminates the possible your data is
Wait.
biased.
Wait, this is the absolute number, the biggest biggest number possible. What? What the hell? Wow. I mean, based on that study that we've seen, this is not even one thousandth of a number. It's not even a fraction.
Yeah. It's not even a fraction of 1%.
Wow. This is unbelievable. And based on the honey thing, the stupidity is just reaching new levels here.
It's like, well, we care about insects sometimes, and sometimes we don't. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. Depends.
But we are logically consistent. This
Yeah.
is always their claim. Like, there's even a vegan YouTube channel called Logically Consistency or something. Like, wow,
Yeah.
no self-awareness.
And look at that serious look on her face, right? She means business.
Now, many people believe that animal agriculture is happy animals grazing on grass. They don't understand that most animals are fed feed crops, the cultivation of which also results in crop deaths. In the US, 99% of farmed animals are factory farmed, and globally, 90% are factory farmed, meaning that all those animals are fed feed crops, which result in crop deaths. So an animal
90% of global animal agriculture is factory farms. Is that true?
I don't think that's true.
Okay. But even granting that, this still doesn't mean that. I mean, yeah, there are crop deaths also in animal agriculture, but this doesn't mean that the crop deaths in animal agriculture exceed the crop deaths in a vegan diet. And it also doesn't mean that. I mean, this is exactly what I meant with the appeal to futility fallacy. She has this binary thing about, the CAFO is bad, so therefore the vegan must be good. No, that can both be bad. And we have a third option, actually.
Yeah, the reason why it's 90% is because of the United States. The United States has so many that, you get into like salmon and poultry, and you get into smaller animals, and so the numbers really begin to add up as far as individuals. And so it's possible that because of the 99% of the farm animals kept in CAFOs in the U.S. is what's bringing that 90% average. But that does sound high.
Yeah, but even if that's the case, because the plant foods have 5 times the pesticide footprint than the animal foods, even including the feed crops, this makes her argument null and void. And most crops are grown for human consumption. So I don't know how often we have to prove this and repeat this, but this is just the case.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's continue watching her video.
Okay.
Animal agriculture, crop deaths occur in addition to the animals slaughtered for food. Animal agriculture uses 80% of.
But so she's perpetuating the myth that the crops that are grown to feed animals are separate from the crops that are grown to produce products for human consumption. but she's not, the crops that are grown specifically for animal consumption are in the extreme minority. The majority of the crop stuffs that's fed to livestock are byproducts and wastes.
And grass and leaves.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the things that aren't grass and leaves,
Yeah.
feed. Okay.
Of the world's croplands, which means that animal agriculture uses 80% of the world's croplands.
80% of the world's cropland. See, that's just a straight lie. And what they're able to do there is, like, let's say you've got an acre of corn. You cut down the corn, you feed the corn stalks to the cows, and you attribute that acre to the cows, even though you've taken that corn and you've turned it into high fructose corn syrup and you've put it in people's food. Right? So that's how they get up to this 80% of cropland is for growing feed for animals. So if there's any byproduct or any waste coming off a field at all, it'll be considered a crop that was grown for a livestock feed.
Which means that
Yeah,
animal
wait,
agriculture
wait.
results in it.
Wait, and she probably also froze together arable and non-arable land.
Well, she said cropland. She specifically said 80% of cropland.
Right, but I think this is a deception. But when she means, or when she says cropland, she probably throws in
Agricultural acreage.
the pastures. Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at her source again. Like in the description, she probably has like
Okay.
some source on that.
90% of global farmed animals are factory farmed. Animal agriculture uses, okay, our world in data. Here it is.
No, of course. Of course, it's that source. Yeah, I think we already went over this.
Livestock takes up nearly 80% of agricultural land. So yeah, she says cropland, and they're referring to agricultural land, most of which is non-arable. So she's telling a half-truth and a lie. The lie is that it's cropland. The half-truth is that agricultural land is non-arable, so you couldn't grow crops on it if you wanted to.
Yeah, and it's also not sustainable to do that, actually.
Right, you had to study for that. So yeah,
So,
she lied and she half-truthed. Which, not a big surprise.
At least 34.4 billion crop deaths every year. Not including.
wait.
So the
Where's that number coming from now?
Let's see. $34.4 billion crop death. I think what she's doing. Huh. I don't know. Where did she get that 34.4 billion?
Is it some calculation or
Let's
is it
rewind.
based?
crop death croplands, which means that animal agriculture results in at least 34.4 billion crop deaths every year.
Where's? Huh? What?
Well, that's weird because earlier she said that Vegan food kills 7.3 billion animals per year. What? How do you go from 7.3 billion to 34.4 billion?
Wait, scroll down again. Scroll down. Because I think there was a source actually. Zoom in. Go to the consider veganism link. I think this might be the source on that.
Oh, this one? Oh,
Yeah, this one, yeah. This might be the source.
I don't think it's the source, but see. That's your source. That's just counting, I guess, animals killed for human consumption.
Okay, where's the crop deaths number? Where's that coming from?
The 34 billion?
Yeah. Well,
I think in order, let's see. Let's go back and hear what she said about this vegan food killing 7.3 billion.
That vegans are their own choices. And if possible, someone starts the crop deaths argument with foods. And in today's industrialization is not our goal. Maximize estimation for crop deaths and cultivation of vegan foods is 7.3 billion animals per year, not including insects. Now, many other studies have actually called this number in.
By the way, do you think she's a vegan? She looks too healthy for a vegan.
Well, she's a vegan activist. That doesn't mean that we've known other vegan activists that were eating meat behind the scenes. Some of them were caught red-handed.
Yeah.
I think the ones that are caught red-handed are the ones that are caught. I think most of your big-time vegan activists, professional vegan activists, are all eating meat. I know that Earthling Ed certainly made a turnaround in his look there. He looked like he was going to die from malnutrition, and I think they finally went to him and said, "Man, don't you get it? The whole vegan shtick is a shtick. You need to eat some meat, dude." Okay, vegan foods kill. So maybe what they're saying is, let's see. Okay, it was 7 point something, 7 point. $7.3 billion. Among the known unknowns, consider the death tolls associated with less prominent crops such as pecans, leafy greens. Consider the death tolls associated with alternative production environments, greenhouses. ways that animals might be killed with dramatic number, over 7.3 billion each year. Yeah, I don't know how she's, if I thought maybe she was saying vegan foods, so they were taking a larger number and taking like 1 or 2% of that, and that figuring out the 7.3, because the vegans are only eating like a certain percentage of the crop foods, because they're a small percentage of the population. And maybe that's why the 34 billion, when they worked out the math, but I don't know. I mean, that doesn't seem to make any sense. She doesn't have a source for that.
Yeah, it's not very well explained, really. I guess that she sort of says, look, the 80% of quote unquote cropland is for animal feed. So she sort of, I don't know, multiplies the hectares and says for each hectare there's some, like, the 7.3 billion figure. Where is that coming from again? Is it?
Oh, yeah, she might be figuring in crop deaths for non-arable agricultural land area. So she's taking crop deaths numbers that they calculated for cropland, and then she's extrapolating that out to include all of the agricultural area that's even non-arable, and giving that a crop deaths number.
Yeah,
That's probably what she's doing.
Yeah, probably.
Which is, that's dishonest. You know, it's okay to be honest and point out when someone is being dishonest. This is dishonest.
Yeah. But yeah, let's get back to the video. I think. I mean, I have my own crop deaths math video if people want to check that out. And it shows that even with my ballpark estimation, the vegans kill more, even if we compare it to the standard American diet.
Now, many people believe that animal agriculture is happy animals grazing on grass. They don't understand that most animals are fed feed crops, the cultivation of which also results in crop deaths. In the US, 99% of farmed animals are factory farmed, and globally, 90% are factory farmed, meaning that all those animals are fed feed crops, which result in crop deaths. So in animal agriculture, crop deaths occur in addition to the animals slaughtered for food. Animal agriculture uses 80% of the world's croplands, which means that animal agriculture results in at least 34.4 billion crop deaths every year, not including insects. So the crop...
Yeah, because there you see do you see that? They've got the 7.3 billion right here. And then they extrapolate that out to include all of the area that she's calling cropland, which is non-arable, marginal agricultural land that can only raise animals.
Croplands, which means that animal agriculture results in at least 34.4
So you see there
4 billion crop deaths every year, not including insects. So the crop deaths alone from animal agriculture are about 5 times more than the crop deaths from vegan foods. By the way, vegan foods aren't just for vegans. Everyone can eat vegan food. Including sea animals and crop deaths, animal agriculture kills 3 trillion animals every year. Therefore, a vegan diet reduces death by 99.76%. Vegan foods also do not require the
yeah, that's total bullshit.
Gosh, making some huge. Okay, let's go down here. Animal agriculture kills 3 trillion animals per year.
I mean, yeah, that 3 trillion, that like a direct
2.7 trillion sea animals. They're counting sardines, you know.
Yeah, that might be true that animal agriculture directly kills for food 3 trillion per year or so. Sure, but it's not going to outweigh the quadrillions
No.
of animals killed in the production of crops.
Yeah, if you get a bar graph and you compare 3 trillion to 3 quadrillion, then the 3 trillion really you can't even see it. You can't see that column next to the column of the 3 quadrillions. So
yeah, it's a number that people cannot even imagine.
right. People don't have the ability to understand the difference between a trillion and a quadrillion. The numbers are just too big. But a trillion is minuscule. I mean, a trillion is a tiny number compared to a quadrillion.
Right. And again, the most of those quadrillions are by the pesticides. And which is the more heavy pesticide diet? It's the vegan diet. Because the plant foods have 5 times the pesticide footprint than animal foods, even considering the feed crops.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
And the crops that aren't associated with feed crops at all, like fruits and vegetables, have the highest pesticide toxicity footprint of all plant agriculture. So the pesticide toxicity footprint, which is associated with all of the crops that are associated with animal feed, whether straight up animal feed or byproducts, which are usually corn and soybeans. The corn and soybeans are bad, but compared to the fruit and vegetable toxicity footprint regarding pesticides, as bad as it is, it's not as bad as the fruits and vegetables. So there's that.
Yeah, and also, even if we would hypothetically grant that a standard American diet kills more animals than a vegan diet, this is still like binary thinking. Like, where's that third option? Like the regeneratively raised, grass-fed
Right.
diet.
Yeah.
That is actually the most, the most ethical diet. Now a vegan would probably come back and say, "Oh, but what about the veganic thing?" But the difference is, my ideal model is better scalable than your ideal model. So that's pretty much that.
Yeah, the thing about the veganic thing is that none of those veganic farms are transparent. They're very secretive. They don't talk publicly about crop protection measures, and they brag about not having any external inputs for fertility. Meanwhile, they're like the only farm that's signed up to get all the city's wood chips, right? All the city's wood chips go to this one 19-acre farm, and no other farm can follow that model because the city only has so many wood chips. And so all of these resources go into producing these wood chips and transporting the wood chips and turning the wood chips so that the composting process goes as planned, and then using machines to turn it and spread it and move it to the fields and spread it out. And none of this is accounted for. It's all done with a bunch of machinery. And then there's also mineral inputs that they use when needed. So all of those phosphogypsum stacks are still growing. All of that potassium mining is still going on. All of that nitrogen. I assume they'll even when they have to, if they have to do it and put nitrogen on there. So the thing is that it doesn't use animals, and so it ends up being very much conventional at times because of required inputs, and then reliant upon some very limited resource like some county or cities wood chips. And like I tell people, I think wood chips, if we lived in a world like that where there were like all these surplus wood chips that we could use to build our soil, obviously I'm for it because I've already signed up for a program, the main program here in Texas, where they're supposed to be dropping by wood chips from time to time. And it's been 8 years and I've never received a shipment of wood chips because the demand for wood chips is low, but it's already way higher than the supply. So once you look at the details of veganic farming, it seems more like a fraud, like that's a lie. It's a fairy tale. And those farms need to be more transparent and come on my channel. I've invited some of them to come on and talk about their farming practices, but they don't want to come on. They don't want to be transparent.
9.76%. Vegan foods also do not require the forced confinement, mutilation, and torture of sentient beings.
Wrong.
No one claims that a vegan diet is perfect.
Pause on that.
Yeah.
So a couple of things. Okay, first of all, like this reduction that she talked about, like 99% reduction in animal deaths. And my own calculations, like I said before, and it's actually 50% higher on a vegan diet in terms of animal deaths. So
yeah, and I bet you that's not even you're not counting oceanic dead zones, for instance. You're not counting the animals that die because of the runoff that comes up of those radioactive phosphogypsum stacks. There's a bunch of categories that even you haven't figured into your calculations, and I bet you that if we were able to do that, you'd see that your numbers of 50% more are very, very conservative and maybe even laughingly conservative. The number of deaths when you start getting into the oceanic dead zones and all of that, it could turn into some really huge numbers that are hard to grasp. We could get into the quadrillions, even more quadrillions.
yeah, and I compared the average vegan to the average omnivore, standard American diet omnivore. So that's, if you compare to grass-fed, finished dieter, then would be even worse for the vegan side. But then she also said here that no animal is confined and tortured for the vegan menu. That is an absolute lie. I have a video which was actually age restricted by YouTube because it was too graphic. That showed the treatment of wild hogs in crop agriculture. That shows how they are trapped in cages to protect the crops, and then how they are shot, and how they are like slamming against the cage in panic while they're screaming, and also like how they're mowed down with miniguns and exploded with tannerite explosives, and like brutal stuff, to the point where it had to be age restricted by YouTube. So this notion that no animal is tortured in crop agriculture and no animal is confined in crop agriculture is absolute bullshit.
Yeah, definitely is. Me being a regenerative farmer and being critical of that model that she's criticizing, I'm also critical of that model. I guess what I'd like to do is just take a moment to sidetrack here and talk about an alternative to this model with the pig in the cage. Have you looked into Joel Salatin much?
No.
All right.
Greetings, friends! Our time at Polyface Farms continues. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Polyface, it is a farm located in the Shenandoah Valley, Virginia. And it is owned and operated by Joel Salatin and his family. And at this farm, it's everything you envision a family farm to be and more. It is teeming with life and animals being able to express their natural characteristics.
One of my favorite things that happened here once.
Working with the
or all water.
So he goes in and creates a boundary with electric fence, and it'll be a place that's just the vegetation has taken over, and put a population of pigs on this area, and give them a little bit of supplemental feed, but have them just go in and mostly eat grubs in the soil. They'll plow up the soil naturally. They'll root up a bunch of weeds. They'll set the stage for this to be a very productive ruminant silvopasture scenario.
Water. It's a mosaic, and most life critters they want a little bit of both. They want a little bit of water, a little bit of open, a little bit of forest, and so edge of.
So what's great about this model here is that, number one, the pig is not in a cage. Okay, so we got that out of the way. And number two, they're able to move around, and they're in their element. They love it, and they're eating mostly a natural diet, with the exception of that right behind them. That green thing has got probably some supplemental feed in it, but you see most of the pigs are off in the forest rooting and feeding off of the natural forages and the natural grubs and insects and snakes and stuff that they like to eat in nature. So this is going to not only be better for the animal, it's also better for the acreage because they're also leaving pig manure and urine behind. So it's making the soil more fertile, and it's also stimulating some of the dormant seeds in the seed bed to produce. So in the future, the variety of species of plants that will grow here will be higher in number. And then finally, the pork that is produced with this technique is going to have a much better omega-6 to 3 ratio than the conventional concentrated feedlot caged pig scenario. So there is a way to raise lots of pork, high density production in a lot of these areas. He's got this down to a science where you buy a piece of property, put pigs on it, and have the pigs pay for the property. And so people go to him and learn how to do that, and then they do it where they live. So it's not only profitable, but it produces a much healthier food source than you're going to get with that caged pig model. So
Yeah, wonderful.
We still need to, veganism is not the answer. Crop agriculture is not the answer, but also this concentrated feedlot model all the way around needs to be phased out. And it'll be much better for everyone involved if we marry plant and animal agriculture, remarry plant and animal agriculture, and start raising pigs out on pasture like Joel Salatin does. Rehabilitate some of these overgrown areas that need an animal like a pig to come in and do its thing.
And perfection is not our goal. Our goal is to reduce death and suffering as much as we can. And it is undeniable that veganism causes significantly less pain, suffering, and death than an omnivorous diet.
She made all the same claims that someone like Earthling Ed would make, probably funded by the same people.
So, yeah, that was horseshit.
They extrapolated a bunch of this stuff out based on a lie that animal agriculture uses 90% of the cropland.
Yeah, this is what they always do. And again, she does not factor into these numbers nutrition also, which, I mean, people have to eat. So if you are eating beef liver 1 gram versus eating, I don't know, 5 fruit salads in order to get a similar amount of micronutrients, there's going to be a differential in animal deaths in these two scenarios, isn't there? This is not factored in here.
No, there's a lot that's not factored in.
Because if you get rid of all the animal food in the world, there is going to be a deficit that you would have to replace.
Yep. There would be lots of deficits. There would be a deficit in amino acids, one, another deficit in fatty acids, another deficit in essential vitamins, which cannot be synthetically produced. And the vitamins that are produced to replace them are not bioidentical, do not work like the real thing. And
Yeah,
all of
I
the,
mean,
and all of the resources that would go along with the manufacture of, supplemental creatine, supplemental B6, supplemental B12, supplemental glycine, supplemental
taurine.
taurine. Yeah, we could go on and on. The nutrients that are just not there. And would have to be accounted for. If you were going to make a video like this and be honest about it, you would have to, first of all, you wouldn't take, if you were going to be honest with a video like this, you wouldn't take a fact like X% of the land of agricultural land is animal agriculture, and then turn around and mislabel that as cropland. That's a big deal. That's a huge misinformation.
Yeah, this is what the vegans always do, conflating pasture and arable cultivated cropland. They just throw it into the same category as if it had the same impact, the same footprint, the same number of animal deaths associated with these. I mean, it's just total nonsense. We have gone over in the last live stream how there's barely any pesticides being sprayed on grasslands. The majority of pesticides are sprayed on cultivated croplands, and for mostly for human consumption crops, which vegans consume.
Right. One of the reasons why the pesticides are so much higher on the crops that are grown specifically for human consumption is what I was talking about earlier, is that all over the world, people who are, in industrialized nations eating fruits and vegetables that are produced by giant monocropping factory farms, is that they demand that the fruits be blemish free, that the vegetables be blemish free. It has to have eye appeal. It can't have anything visually wrong with it. And in order for them to achieve a high number of fruits and vegetables that fit that visual requirement of the consumers, because of that, these extra pesticides are required, because they basically are left with no choice but have a no tolerance policy with pests. And that means overspraying pesticides that are killing quadrillions of animals every year, driving entire species into extinction, causing oceanic dead zones. None of these animals are being tallied by these vegan activists. None of these facts are being told to vegans. They're constantly being lied to and given information that's a half truth. It's all based on pushing an agenda.
Yeah. Regarding the 80% of cropland being for animal feed, can you see that here?
Let me pull it up. There. Yeah.
Yeah.
Total.
So here you see the animal versus the human food, and you can for like different crops for final use, right? So you got for cereals 55% for human food and 34% for animal feed and 11% for other uses.
Right. Those other uses are human uses.
Exactly.
So you would have to add 55 and 11, you get 66 versus 34.
Then obviously fruit, 99% for human food, nuts, 99% for human food. Oil crops is interesting because that's also soybeans are oil crops.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And what do we always hear from the vegans? Most of the soybeans are for the animals. What does it say here? 57% for human food, 5% for animal feed allocation, and 38% for other uses.
Right. And so here's what I see here is that other uses are things like biodiesel, and so there would be a byproduct. There would be residue left over after the production of biodiesel. That would be an inedible waste, and that would be incorporated into certain livestock feed products. So that would be a source. But again, the primary use for the crop was not as livestock feed. That's what I think when it comes to the oil crops, right?
Yeah.
Because we know that a substantial amount of soybean meal is being fed to chickens and pigs, but we also know that those soybeans were grown first and foremost for the oil, which is 100% consumed by humans, either as food, biodiesel, or other. And so I think that other uses on the oil crops, that would be a source of feed for the animals, but you wouldn't like this one. This one is one of the few sources that honestly doesn't attribute that percentage to the animal feed because they're oil crops. And this graph is being honest about the fact that soybeans are grown primarily for the oil and secondarily for anything else.
Yes, exactly. I mean, yeah, you can clearly see this whole notion of 80% of the agricultural cropland is for animal feed is absolute bullshit when you see this.
Yeah, those
So-
numbers aren't comparable. 95 and 5, 66 and 7, 70 and 22, 77 and 22, 96 and less than 0.5. Yeah. So that's what I mean is that, I mean, it's weird because it's easy to debunk a claim that has got some truth to it, because it might be a half truth, and you could say, well, you know, they're not telling you the whole story. For instance, the arable versus non-arable land. But when someone is telling just a straight lie, then that becomes difficult to debunk, because it's just a lie. And then you're left with, you know, like a vegan telling you, well, can you provide any study that specifically says that a human being requires animal products to live? You know, which is an appeal to ignorance.
I think all of human history is the study, because the vast majority of human beings throughout human history have survived and thrived on a non-vegan diet intergenerationally.
I think what they're trying to say, here is, well, we did it in the past. That doesn't mean that it's right to do it. You know, there's lots of things that we did in the past that we don't do now, and no, we shouldn't. And now, with regard to meat, we don't need to eat meat. We have other ways of getting our meat fix. And, you know, they're pointing to things like Beyond Beef and these plant-based mock meats. I guess it's like an appeal to a new age fallacy. We don't have to eat meat anymore, is what I keep hearing. I mean, there's no evidence for that. But then that's when they come back and say, well, do you have any studies that prove that humans can't live without meat? And there are no studies that specifically say that.
Yeah, the thing is, they don't really have any force behind their argument, because their diet kills animals in significant and brutal ways. So why should we change our diet then? Like, what should force us to do this from a moral perspective? Even if you say, oh, we have alternative. Yeah, but why should I choose those alternatives?
I think that, you know, you asked that question, and it's kind of like those staged debates and street conversations that you see with the prominent vegan activists, where they're walking up and they'll ask a question along the lines of, I have a feeling that you're against the mistreatment of animals. And the person will say, well, yeah, Yeah, I'm against the mistreatment of animals. But you're eating animals, aren't you? Yeah, and I feel kind of bad about that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, like I said before, it's inevitable that animals are going to die for our food. That's just inevitable. The only other thing that we can do is minimize the harm, minimize the death. That's it. So this, like, this is like moralizing unnecessarily. For example, if let's say war is inevitable, right? But we can, but then someone, let's say a pacifist, comes along and says war is immoral or something. Yeah, but that doesn't matter right now because it's inevitable, right? So it cannot be prevented, unfortunately. The only thing that we can do is minimize the fatalities, right?
Yeah.
So what the vegans are doing is sort of they come into the conversation with unnecessary pseudo-intellectual bullshit that doesn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. Because the truth of the matter is, regardless of whether or not killing an animal is considered to be an act of murder by vegans, if that's your subjective opinion, like, who cares? Because whether you eat a steak or a salad, an animal, at least one animal, is going to die. That's pretty much it. Like, moralizing doesn't even come into the picture. The only thing that where we can say, or where we can sort of make moral arguments, is in a sort of utilitarian sense. Is there less death on this diet, or is there more death on this diet? Also, of course, factoring in nutrition and sustainability. That's that, pretty much.
Yeah.
And
So those are the number one things. And then animal welfare can be number three. But the first two things that need to be covered are human nutrition and human food security.
right. And veganism doesn't deliver these things.
No.
Yeah, veganism is dead on arrival. It is, like we have covered, the veganic thing doesn't work. The vertical farming thing doesn't work. So the only other, and the lab grown meat doesn't work. So the only other thing that is left is the monocropping. So a vegan world would be reliant on monocropping. That's inevitable. And if it's solely reliant on monocropping, it is not sustainable. End of story. It doesn't have any alternatives. It's reliant on petroleum, which is finite. It's reliant on phosphate, which is finite. It relies on potash, which is finite. It relies on topsoil depletion, which is finite. It relies on pollinator decimation, which is not sustainable. relies on water, irrigation, which is not sustainable. So
Synthetic nitrogen.
synthetic nitrogen. It's like it's built on quicksand. The whole thing is built on quicksand from start to finish. Even if we would grant that, let's say hypothetically the vegans are correct and there would be less crop agriculture in a vegan scenario. Even so, it doesn't really matter, because a downfall is still a downfall, regardless of whether or not this downfall is slowed down or not. Right? So even if it would rely less on monocropping, it would still rely on monocropping without any alternatives. That's the problem. That's the fundamental issue. With animal agriculture, on the other hand, we have an alternative. We have alternatives like regenerative agriculture, like silvopasture and mixing crops and livestock and so on and so forth. An actual alternative. We don't have that with monocropping.
Right. With veganism does not offer an alternative to monocropping.
Right. That's the fatal flaw. That's the fatal thing that destroys veganism, because monocropping is on its way out. It cannot. Either we get rid of it, or it's our doom as a civilization.
Yeah, and we'll do a video about that in the future. I have some information that's relevant to that, because it's not your everyday man that is making the decision to stick with monocropping and potentially lead to the doom of the everyman. It's large corporations that are driving this. Of course, what we're trying to do is we're trying to give people information so that they can be part of a pushback against this agenda, which includes, the control of the food and the monitoring and governance of meat consumption, and carbon taxes for those who choose to eat meat. A whole system that's being set up to hedge people away, and maybe potentially where we just can't afford real meat, except for a once in a while treat,
And that's coming out of the laboratory.
And that meat is coming out of the laboratory, probably, yeah. The laboratories that have such a large footprint compared to the previous dirty ag model. It'll be even worse. Yeah, there's this, I think, goes back to ancient Egypt. This model, they were heavy into agriculture, and I think it was their downfall. And I think there were certain certain knowledge that was gained from those hydraulic civilizations of the past that are being engineered into a new global despotism. And I have some information I'll share with you in a future live stream about what the pyramids were actually used for.
Okay.
I'd like to divulge more today, but I've been holding on to this information for a long time because I don't know exactly how to present it, but I think if I present it to you like I'm trying to convince you, then I'll have a template to work from. But yeah, I think it'll blow your mind what I've got to show you about the pyramids.
Okay.
And it has to do with what we're talking about right now. But I'll save that for another time.
Yeah. I'm very intrigued right now.
Yeah, it is. It's very intriguing. I think that you'll, once you see what I have to show you, I think you'll be like, oh my gosh, this was right in front of our eyes this whole time and we never saw it. And it's nothing that you've heard, doesn't have anything to do with aliens or electricity generation or communicating. It had a primary practical purpose, and it's true for most pyramids around the world. Most of them all have the same base function.
Has
But-
it something to do with water?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah, they were water catchment devices.
Oh, okay. Well, we can get into this more in detail in another live stream, but I think we covered everything important for today. Yeah, I think we should wrap this up for today. The only thing I sort of would also add here is that this idea that there's like systematic animal abuse and animal agriculture is a very dubious claim, because the meat quality degrades if you scare or stress an animal, and therefore there's an incentive actually not to do that in animal agriculture. But in crop agriculture, there's no incentive for such things. because these animals are not used for food. They're just killed indiscriminately. Yeah.
Yeah, it's done very, very haphazardly. There's no ongoing supervision on secondary poisonings. You know, there's it's very rare that in the regions where these crops are grown, it's very rare that the wind is still. You know, usually the wind is blowing. And if you see video of pesticides being sprayed, you usually see a tailwind or a side wind that's blowing the actual cloud of pesticides away, downwind. You can see the pesticide. It's called pesticide drift is the term. But, the pesticides just don't stay put. They migrate either in the wind or when it rains. And so there's no containment. There's no way to monitor, what might happen downwind. You might kill a lot of animals downwind and not kill any animals upwind that day. And so it depends on exactly where you're looking. You might look right on the property that you sprayed, and so much of the pesticide got blown onto the adjacent property before it finally hit the ground. That's happened to friends of mine that are farmers, where the farmer next to them sprays heavy pesticides, and the wind is blowing the pesticides as they spray them onto this other farmer's fruit trees and kills all his fruit trees. Right? We hear about that because it killed the fruit trees, but we don't hear about when it kills all the insects or kills all the moles or voles or possums or raccoons or deer or fish or whatever it was downstream or downwind of where the poison was applied.
But don't forget, it's 7.3 billions. That's the maximum highest number.
Right. But she goes with that because that's as high as it could ever be, ever.
Excluding insects.
Excluding insects as a footnote. He whispers that really quickly at the end of a sentence. Like, people are like, what did she say? Oh, excluding insects. Oh, yeah, we don't care about insects, right? No, we don't. Hey, you want some honey? You bastard! Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I mean, even for vegan standards, this video was brain dead.
Yeah. Just the same old false claims, half truths. Well, actually, it wasn't the same old because I had never seen that runaway crop deaths thing where she kept having bar graphs grow out of nothing. It's like, no, 94 billion and 500,000 quadrillion. All because of the feed crop. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. And of course, we have talked about the carnivores. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we notice similarities between these two extremes. What I, by the way, also noticed in regards to the carnivores and the vegans, when there's an ex-vegan, then the vegans say to that ex-vegan, "Oh, you did it wrong. You have not done the diet correctly," and they say that pretty much for every ex-vegan.
Right.
And when it comes to ex-carnivores, I hear similar rhetoric.
Yes, you did it wrong. And there's a growing number of ex-carnivores. There's a growing number of ex-zero carb carnivores, because that is the one, you know, in my book, you could be, quote, carnivore and be eating 20% plant products. Because that's literally a definition, I think, is 75% animal products is carnivore. And then you get, I think that's obligate carnivore, and you have facultative carnivore, which is less. And then hyper carnivore, which has more. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's 80% or so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to say for the viewers, if you're watching your favorite carnivore influencers and they're saying if you eat beef liver, you're gonna get
Copper
co-
toxicity.
copper toxicity or vitamin A toxicity, ask them for case reports of this actually occurring in relation to beef liver consumption.
Yeah. If anyone out there has any case reports of copper toxicity from consuming beef liver or any kind of liver, please let me know in the comments. Give me the title to the study or what have you, and I'll look it up. Well, do you want to wrap this up now?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was good. I enjoyed the talk as always. I think we covered some good ground today.
Yes.
Everyone that showed up, I want to thank for leaving comments, listening to us talk about this. Hopefully, we'll get together sooner than we did this time.
Right.
And goodbye.